Hello everyone, I am the Horror Storyteller. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep. So before drifting off, please leave a like and subscribe. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is when you're watching. Now let's get comfortable and relaxed. It was one of those evenings that lingered in your memory long after it ended. My friends and I had gathered at our favorite restaurant downtown to catch up over dinner and drinks. The week had been a long one, and I was looking forward to unwinding with the people who knew me best. We laughed, reminisced, and debated everything from travel plans to the latest shows we were binge-watching. A couple of glasses of wine in, I was feeling warm and relaxed, my usual guardedness softened by the glow of good company. As the night wore on, the streets outside transformed. The once bustling sidewalks grew quieter, the city settling into its late-night rhythm. By the time we decided to call it a night, the air had turned crisp. I wrapped my scarf tighter around my neck and hugged my friends goodbye, promising we'd do it again soon. Standing on the curb outside the restaurant, I opened my rideshare app and requested a ride home. My apartment wasn't far, maybe a 15-minute drive, but it was too late, and I was too tired to even consider walking. The app showed my driver's details, a silver Toyota Corolla driven by someone named Ollie. The car was only a few minutes away. I glanced at the license plate number on the screen, but didn't commit it to memory, assuming I'd verify it when the car arrived. I sent a quick text to my roommate, Karen, letting her know I was on my way home. She wasn't in town that weekend, but we had an unspoken rule of checking in with each other when we were out late. It was a habit that made both of us feel safer. A silver Toyota pulled up almost exactly when the app said it would. I felt a small pang of relief. There's always that fleeting moment of vulnerability when you're standing alone on a city street late at night, waiting for a car to stop for you. The driver rolled down his window and glanced at me. "Are you my name?" he asked, his voice neutral but clear. I nodded, stepping toward the car. "Yeah, that's me," I replied, pulling the door handle and sliding into the back seat. The interior of the car was dimly lit, but I could make out enough details to notice it wasn't particularly well kept. The faint smell of cigarettes hung in the air, and the seats were worn, a bit stained in places. There were no telltale signs of a typical Uber setup. No water bottles, no phone mount on the dashboard, no small container of mints or candies. I brushed it off, telling myself that not every driver was meticulous about those things. The car pulled away from the curb and merged into the light late-night traffic. For the first few minutes, everything seemed fine. I stared out the window, watching the city lights blur as we passed. I was tired, my body yearning for the comfort of my bed. But as we drove, something began to feel off. The route was unfamiliar. I've lived in the same apartment for over 2 years, and I know the roads to and from downtown like the back of my hand. Yet here we were, taking turns I didn't recognize, heading down streets that didn't seem remotely on the way to my neighborhood. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the driver knew a shortcut. Maybe there was construction or traffic on the main roads. But the nagging unease in my gut refused to be silenced. I glanced at the driver in the rearview mirror. He seemed focused, his face giving nothing away. I debated saying something, but I didn't want to seem paranoid or rude. Still, the feeling grew stronger with every unfamiliar turn. Finally, I spoke up, trying to keep my voice even. I commented on the route, mentioning it wasn't the usual way home. He responded with a short, clipped explanation about avoiding traffic. His tone wasn't hostile, but it wasn't exactly reassuring either. I turned my attention to my phone, opening the rideshare app to check the route. To my confusion and mounting dread, the app showed no active trip. My ride wasn't being tracked. My stomach dropped as I realized the car didn't have the app open on the dashboard. There was no GPS guiding him, no sign he was connected to the rideshare service at all. This wasn't my Uber. I tried to keep calm, though my hands were shaking. My mind raced through the possibilities. Had I gotten into the wrong car? Had someone posed as my driver, knowing I wouldn't double-check the details? The realization hit me like a cold wave. I was in a stranger's car, and they had deliberately made me believe they were my driver. I texted Karen immediately, trying to keep my movements subtle, so the driver wouldn't notice. "This isn't my Uber," I wrote, including my live location. "Something's wrong." I hit send and prayed she'd see it quickly. I decided I needed to get out of the car, but I couldn't just demand he stop. I didn't trust what his reaction might be. Instead, I tried to think of an excuse. I told him I needed to stop at a gas station or a restroom. He didn't respond. He didn't even acknowledge I'd spoken. The car continued down a dark, unfamiliar road, the city lights now far behind us. My heart was pounding in my chest. I discreetly checked the door handle, relieved to find it wasn't locked. I kept my hand there, ready to bolt if the opportunity arose. Suddenly, the car slowed and pulled over on the side of a desolate street. There were no buildings, no streetlights, just an eerie stretch of emptiness. He turned to face me, his expression blank, but his eyes cold. "Get out," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my bag, flung the door open, and ran as fast as my legs could carry me. The adrenaline coursing through my veins drowned out everything else. Fear, exhaustion, even the burning in my lungs as I sprinted toward the faint glow of a gas station in the distance. I didn't dare look back. When I reached the gas station, I stumbled inside, breathless and shaking. The cashier, a kind older man, immediately noticed my distress and asked if I was okay. I managed to explain what had happened, my words tumbling out in a frantic rush. He called the police for me, and I stayed near the counter, feeling a little safer under the bright fluorescent lights. The police arrived quickly. I told them everything, from the moment I got into the car to the moment I ran for my life. When they checked my rideshare app, it confirmed what I already knew. My real Uber driver had canceled the ride after I didn't show up. The man who picked me up was a predator, likely waiting near popular bars and restaurants to take advantage of distracted riders. Karen arrived not long after, her face pale with worry. She hugged me tightly, and for the first time since the ordeal began, I let myself cry. I was safe, but the thought of how differently the night could have ended haunted me. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the experience. Every time I opened a rideshare app, my hands trembled. I double and triple checked every detail now. The license plate, the driver's photo, even the route we took. It's a small habit, but it's one that gives me a sense of control. That night taught me a hard lesson about vigilance and trust. It's a story I share not to scare people, but to remind them to stay aware. The world can be unpredictable, and while I was lucky to walk away unharmed, not everyone is. I'll never forget the man's face or the chilling moment I realized I wasn't where I was supposed to be. But I'll also never forget the relief of seeing the gas station lights, the kindness of the cashier, and the unwavering support of my friend. Those things remind me that even in the scariest moments, there's still light to hold on to. I'll never forget the night I almost didn't make it home. It happened a few years ago, but the memory is as vivid now as it was then. I was coming off one of those long, draining work events that stretch well past any reasonable hour. It was a networking mixer downtown, held at a swanky hotel with a rooftop bar. The view was stunning, the drinks were overpriced, and the small talk felt endless. By the time I finally left, the streets had quieted, and the crisp night air felt like a slap in the face. At the time, I lived in a modest apartment on Pinewood Avenue, about 20 minutes from downtown Chicago. Nothing fancy, just a small place I could afford on my marketing salary. I liked the neighborhood. It was quiet, residential, and far removed from the hustle of the city center. That night, all I wanted was to get back there, crawl into bed, and sleep off the exhaustion of the evening. Like always, I pulled up my rideshare app and requested a ride. A silver Toyota Camry popped up on the screen, along with the name of the driver, Jeff? His profile picture was a middle-aged guy with glasses and a friendly smile, and his rating was a solid 4.8 stars. I felt a sense of relief when the app confirmed he was only a few minutes away. I waited by the curb, my phone in hand, glancing around the mostly empty street. When the car pulled up, it matched the description perfectly. The make, model, and license plate were exactly as the app had said. That kind of consistency is what makes rideshares so reassuring. You know what to expect. As the car rolled to a stop in front of me, the driver rolled down the window and smiled. "Jeff?" I asked, leaning slightly into the open window. "That's me," he said with a friendly nod. "Heading to Pinewood Avenue, right?" I nodded, opened the back door, and slid into the seat. The interior of the car smelled faintly of air freshener, one of those pine-scented ones, and the dashboard was lit with the soft glow of the rideshare app on his phone. For the first few minutes, the ride felt like any other. Jeff started some small talk, which I didn't mind at first. He asked how my evening had been, whether the event was fun, and whether I worked downtown. Standard stuff? I answered politely, keeping my responses short because I was tired and not in the mood for a long conversation. But then the questions took a strange turn. "So, do you usually work this late?" he asked, his tone still casual but with an edge of curiosity that made me uneasy. "Sometimes," I replied, keeping it vague. "You live alone?" The question caught me off guard. I hesitated before answering. "No," I lied. "I have roommates." He nodded but didn't say anything for a moment. Then he asked, "What time do you usually get home from work?" "Like tonight." That was when the discomfort really set in. It wasn't just the questions themselves. It was the way he asked them, like he was trying to piece together a puzzle. I gave another vague answer, something non-committal about my hours being unpredictable. After that, I noticed something strange. We weren't following the route on the app. The little blue line on my phone showed we should have taken a right at the last intersection, but Jeff had gone straight instead. "Hey," I said, leaning forward slightly. "This isn't the route the app is showing. Are we going the right way?" Jeff didn't turn to look at me. His hands gripped the wheel tightly. "Oh yeah," he said casually. "This is a shortcut. Traffic's always bad on the main road this time of night." His explanation didn't make sense. It was nearly midnight on a Tuesday. There shouldn't have been any traffic. I glanced back at my phone to confirm. There were no red lines on the map, no indication of congestion anywhere near US. The unease in my chest grew stronger. Something felt off, but I didn't want to overreact. I told myself he probably just knew the city better than the app did. Maybe this really was a shortcut. But then I noticed something else. The area we were driving into was getting darker and less populated. Streetlights became sparse, and the buildings gave way to trees and empty lots. A pit formed in my stomach. I didn't want to panic, but I couldn't ignore the warning bells ringing in my head. I thought about calling someone, but I didn't want to tip Jeff off. Instead, I sent a text to my best friend, Emily. It was simple but urgent. "Something's off. Can you track my location?" She replied almost immediately. "What's going on? Are you okay?" I typed back quickly, trying to keep my movements subtle. "I don't know. Driver's taking me the wrong way. Just keep an eye on my location for now." Jeff made another turn, this one onto a narrow, unlit road. My hands started to sweat. I tried to steady my breathing, telling myself that I was overthinking things, that this was all just a misunderstanding. But deep down, I knew better. The car slowed down and pulled to the side of the road. There was nothing around us, no buildings, no people, just a stretch of trees and darkness. My heart was pounding so loudly I could hear it in my ears. Jeff reached over and unlocked the doors with a loud click. "We're here," he said. I froze for a moment, my brain scrambling to make sense of the situation. "Where's here?" I asked, my voice trembling. He didn't answer. He just stared ahead, his face devoid of the friendly expression he'd worn earlier. Instinct kicked in. I grabbed the door handle, shoved it open, and ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I sprinted down the road as fast as my legs could carry me, my lungs burning and my heart racing. After what felt like an eternity, I finally stopped to catch my breath. The car was gone, its taillights disappearing into the distance. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and called 911. The dispatcher was calm and reassuring, guiding me through the process as I gave them my location and described the car and driver. The police arrived within minutes, and I explained everything to them. They ran the license plate I'd given them, and that's when it was confirmed. The car wasn't registered with the rideshare company. The real Jeff, the driver I'd been assigned, was contacted later. It turned out someone had been impersonating him, using a stolen photo and fake credentials. The police believed it wasn't the first time this fake driver had done something like this. I never found out exactly what he intended to do that night, but I don't need to know. The uncertainty is haunting enough. Now I double-check everything before getting into a rideshare. The driver's photo, the license plate, even the way they greet me. I've told my story to friends and family, urging them to do the same. Because no app, no matter how convenient or reliable it seems, can guarantee your safety. That night, I learned a hard truth. Sometimes it's better to trust your gut than to follow the system. And I'm lucky I trusted mine when I did. During my junior year of college, I lived in a small studio apartment just off campus. It wasn't much, a single room with a kitchenette in one corner, a bathroom tucked away behind a flimsy door, and a bed shoved against the wall. The floors creaked when I walked, the paint on the walls was peeling in spots, and the heater made an alarming clanging noise in the winter. But it was mine, and for someone who had always shared a room growing up, having my own space felt liberating. I was studying graphic design, and between classes, freelance gigs, and working part-time at a coffee shop, my schedule was always packed. I spent most evenings hunched over my desk, sketching or scrolling through design inspirations on my laptop. It wasn't uncommon for me to work late into the night, fueled by cheap coffee and a steady stream of lo-fi music. That Friday night, though, I decided to let myself unwind. My friends had been pestering me all week to join them for drinks at a nearby bar, and after much convincing, I agreed. We spent the evening laughing over shared appetizers and cheap beer, swapping stories about our professors and commiserating over the endless assignments piling up. By the time I left, it was nearing midnight, and I was pleasantly tipsy and ready for bed. The streets were quiet as I walked back to my apartment, the cool night air sobering me up. My building was old, a 3-story brick structure with narrow hallways and the faint smell of someone's cooking lingering in the air. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, unlocked my door, and stepped inside. As always, I locked the door behind me, making sure to slide the chain into place. My mom had always drilled the importance of locking doors into me, and living alone had made me even more cautious. I tossed my bag onto the chair by the window, kicked off my shoes, and headed straight for the bed. I was too tired to do anything else, not even bothering to change out of my jeans and sweatshirt. I remember collapsing onto the mattress, feeling the weight of the day settle over me. My bed was nothing fancy, just a twin-sized frame I'd found at a thrift store, with a mattress that squeaked if I moved too much. Beneath it, I had storage bins filled with old textbooks, art supplies, and random odds, and ends I didn't know where else to put. The next thing I knew, I was awake. I wasn't sure what had stirred me at first. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint red glow of my alarm clock on the nightstand. It was 3:07 a.m. I lay there for a moment, disoriented and groggy, trying to figure out why I'd woken up. The room was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchenette. Then I heard it, a soft noise like something shifting. It was faint, barely noticeable, but in the stillness of the night, it felt deafening. I sat up, my heart starting to beat just a little faster. The sound could have been anything. Maybe the building was settling, or the wind was rattling the old windows. But then my eyes drifted to the closet. The door was open, just a crack. My stomach dropped. I always kept the closet door closed. I had a thing about it. Something about the gaping darkness inside made me uneasy, even during the day. I told myself I must have forgotten to close it before going out, but a knot of unease began to form in my chest. I sat there, staring at the closet, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Then I heard it again, but this time it wasn't a creak or a shift. It was the sound of breathing, soft, deliberate, and unmistakably coming from beneath my bed. My entire body froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, as the realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone was in my apartment. Someone was under my bed. A wave of cold terror washed over me. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't make my legs move. I sat there, paralyzed, as the faint sound of breathing continued beneath me. Slowly, as quietly as I could, I reached for my phone on the nightstand. My hands were trembling so badly I almost dropped it. I unlocked the screen and opened my messaging app, trying to keep my movements steady and deliberate. I typed a message to my neighbor, Emily, who lived across the hall. My fingers fumbled over the keys as I wrote, "Call 911. Someone is in my apartment." I stared at the screen, willing her to see it and act quickly. I didn't dare move or make a sound. Instead, I pretended to scroll through my phone, keeping my movements casual, as though I hadn't noticed anything amiss. The minutes stretched on, each one feeling like an eternity. My heart was pounding so loudly I was certain whoever was under the bed could hear it. The breathing continued, slow and steady, a chilling reminder that I wasn't alone. Eventually, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside, followed by a loud knock at my door. Relief surged through me, but I didn't move. I stayed frozen in place as voices filled the hallway. It wasn't until much later that I learned what had happened. The police arrived quickly after Emily's call and forced their way into the apartment. They found a man hiding under my bed. He was clutching a knife. I didn't see him clearly, just a brief glimpse as they pulled him out. He was unkempt, his clothes dirty, and his hair matted. His eyes were wide and wild, and he had this awful, twisted grin on his face that sent a chill down my spine. The officers told me he had likely broken in earlier in the evening, slipping in through the bathroom window. I almost never opened that window and hadn't thought to check if it was locked. He must have been hiding in the apartment when I came home, waiting for me to fall asleep. I couldn't stay in that apartment after that. I packed a bag and spent the next few days at Emily's place, sleeping on her couch while I figured out what to do. Eventually, I moved out entirely, finding a new place with a roommate. Even now, years later, I can't shake the memory of that night. I can't go to bed without checking every closet, every corner, and of course, under the bed. The experience left me hyper-aware of my surroundings, always double-checking locks and windows. I used to think things like this only happened in movies or urban legends. I never imagined it could happen to me. But it did, and it's a reminder I carry with me every day. The real dangers in life aren't always the ones you see coming. Sometimes, they're the ones hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. When I was 20, in my second year of college, I rented a house near campus in Ohio. It was a small, older house that had clearly seen better days, but it had a charm I couldn't resist. The arched doorways and creaky wooden floors gave it character, and the rent was affordable, something that mattered a lot to someone like me juggling a part-time job and a full course load. I felt lucky to have found it. Living alone for the first time was liberating. I enjoyed the peace and quiet, the ability to spread out my books and notes without anyone asking me to clean up. It was a perfect setup for focusing on my studies. The house wasn't perfect, though. The floors creaked constantly, and at night the wind made eerie noises as it blew through the old window frames. But I brushed it off. It was an old house, after all, and I figured these things were normal. The first week passed uneventfully. I unpacked my things, settled into a routine, and decorated the house with small touches to make it feel like home. My days were busy with classes, work at a local coffee shop, and hours of studying. When I was at home, I was either sleeping or buried in my books. It wasn't long before I started noticing odd little things. At first, it was small, lights in rooms I was certain I had turned off were suddenly on again. I assumed I was simply forgetful, distracted by everything I had on my plate. But then I began finding my front door unlocked when I was sure I had locked it. I double-checked the locks before leaving, yet when I came home, the door would be slightly ajar. I told myself I must have been mistaken and tried not to overthink it. The strangest thing, though, was the food. I'd open my fridge and swear that something was missing. Half a loaf of bread gone, a slice of pizza missing from a box, an entire carton of milk empty. I was working long hours and stressed with school, so I thought maybe I wasn't keeping track of what I was eating. Still, it nagged at me. How could I forget finishing an entire carton of milk? I tried to laugh it off. I told myself I was just overworked, that I needed to relax. But deep down, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. One Friday night, after a particularly exhausting week, I went to bed early. The house was silent, except for the usual creaks and groans of the old wood. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly. At first, I didn't know what had roused me. Then I heard it, a faint, low whisper. I froze. The sound was so soft I thought I might have imagined it, but it came again, clearer this time. It was coming from above me. My bedroom was directly below the attic. My heart pounded as I strained to listen. The whispering stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I stayed in bed, too terrified to move, my mind racing. What could it have been? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind or the house settling. But a part of me knew it was something more. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through my windows, I convinced myself I had to check the attic. I couldn't live with the uncertainty. My house had one of those pull-down attic ladders, and it creaked loudly as I lowered it. Armed with a flashlight and a shaky resolve, I climbed up. The smell hit me first, a stale, musty odor mixed with something sour. As I shone my flashlight around the attic, my stomach churned. In the far corner, there was a thin, stained mattress. Surrounding it were empty food wrappers, soda cans, and an old blanket. But the thing that truly terrified me was a small notebook lying next to the makeshift bed. My hands trembled as I picked it up and flipped through its pages. At first, it was filled with random scribbles and doodles, but then I began to see entries. Detailed entries about me. The handwriting was rough but legible. Monday, 7 a.m. She made coffee and left for class. Tuesday, 8:30 p.m. She sat on the couch reading. Friday, 2 p.m. She came home early, didn't notice me. The entries went on for weeks, meticulously documenting my daily life. What I ate, when I left the house, even the shows I watched on TV. Each page sent a chill down my spine, but one entry made my blood run cold. She's starting to notice. Heard her pause last night when I whispered, "Need to be careful." I dropped the notebook and bolted out of the attic, slamming the hatch shut behind me. My mind was racing. Someone had been living in my house, watching me, following my every move. I locked myself in my bedroom and called the police. When the officers arrived, they searched the attic and the entire house, but whoever had been there was gone. They told me it was likely someone homeless who had found their way in when the house was empty. They reassured me it wasn't uncommon in older houses with attics or basements that were easy to access. Even though they said the person was probably long gone, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The idea that someone had been so close to me, living above me, eating my food, and keeping a journal of my life, it was too much. I couldn't stay in that house. I packed a bag and moved in with a friend for a few weeks while I searched for a new place. My landlord was apologetic and offered to replace the locks, but I couldn't bring myself to step foot in that house again. Looking back, I try to piece it together. How long had they been there before I noticed? How had I missed the signs? I still get chills thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't woken up that night, or if I'd ignored the whispers altogether. Now, I live in a small apartment with no attic, and I've become obsessive about checking locks and windows. It's a habit born out of fear, but also a hard-earned lesson. No matter how safe or secure a place might seem, you can never really know what's lurking in the shadows. Caleb and I had been planning a weekend getaway for weeks. Both of us were stretched thin from our jobs, and the idea of escaping to a quiet mountain retreat felt like the perfect solution. The Airbnb listing for a rustic, secluded cabin promised everything we were looking for: peace, privacy, and the chance to unplug from the world. It was described as cozy yet spacious, with no neighbors for miles and a breathtaking view of the surrounding forest. We arrived late in the afternoon after a long drive. The last leg of the journey had been on winding mountain roads that seemed to stretch endlessly, the kind where your phone loses signal, and every curve in the road feels like you might end up somewhere entirely different. By the time we pulled up to the cabin, the sun was just starting to dip behind the tree line, casting long, golden shadows across the clearing. The cabin was even more picturesque than the photos. Nestled in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, it had a charmingly weathered wooden exterior, a wraparound porch with a swing, and a faint smell of cedar that hung in the crisp air. The key was exactly where the host had said it would be, tucked securely into a lockbox by the front door. Everything about the place seemed to scream peace and serenity. The interior was just as inviting. A stone fireplace dominated one wall of the living room, and the furniture was a mix of rustic and modern comfort. Thick quilts draped over the couches and beds, and the kitchen looked well stocked with utensils and appliances. It felt like someone's cherished home, not just a rental property. We spent the first evening settling in, cooking a simple dinner, and enjoying a bottle of wine by the fire. It was quiet, so quiet that at first it felt almost unnatural. I hadn't realized how much I'd grown used to the constant hum of city life until it was gone. Later that night, we went to bed early. The quilt on the bed was heavy and warm, and the mattress was firm but comfortable. I remember lying there, listening to the faint creaks of the cabin as it adjusted to the cool night air. For the first time in what felt like forever, I started to relax. Somewhere around 2 in the morning, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me out of sleep. The room was pitch dark, and the only sound was Caleb's steady breathing beside me. Then I heard it, faint footsteps, slow and deliberate, on the porch outside. I stayed still, my heart pounding as I strained to hear more. The footsteps were soft but unmistakable, moving back and forth as if someone, or something, was pacing just outside. I nudged Caleb awake, whispering that I thought I'd heard something. Still half asleep, he listened for a moment before dismissing it. "It's probably just an animal," he mumbled, climbing out of bed and grabbing the flashlight we'd brought. He checked the porch while I waited nervously inside. When he came back, he shrugged and said he didn't see anything. "Probably a raccoon or a deer," he said, climbing back into bed, but as much as I wanted to believe him, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. The next morning, we woke to a beautiful, sunny day. Caleb made coffee while I stepped out onto the porch, trying to shake off the lingering unease from the night before. That's when I saw them, muddy footprints circling the cabin. They weren't boot prints, and they definitely weren't animal tracks. They were barefoot, and they were fresh. I called Caleb out to see, and his expression darkened as he studied the prints. They were erratic, looping around the cabin and stopping near the windows before continuing on. Neither of us said much as we cleaned up and tried to make sense of it. We spent the rest of the day hiking a nearby trail and exploring the area, trying to distract ourselves. Caleb kept insisting it was probably just a curious local passing through, though we hadn't seen a single person since arriving. "We'll lock everything up tight tonight," he said, trying to reassure me. "It's nothing." That evening, as the sun set and darkness fell over the forest, the cabin felt different. The silence that had been so comforting the day before now felt oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards, Every rustle of the wind outside seemed amplified. Just after midnight, the footsteps returned. They were louder this time and more deliberate. Caleb and I both froze as we listened to the sound of them circling the cabin. They moved from the porch to the side of the house, stopping just below the bedroom window. Then the doorknob jiggled. My stomach dropped. Caleb grabbed the flashlight again and gestured for me to stay put. He opened the door a crack, shining the light outside. There was nothing, but just as he stepped back inside, we heard it, a low, heavy breathing coming from just outside the door. I was trembling as I grabbed my phone and tried to call the Airbnb host. It took a couple of tries for the call to go through, and when it did, I explained everything as calmly as I could, though my voice was shaking. The host sounded groggy but cheerful, as though I'd woken her up from a nap. She brushed it off, telling me it was probably the neighbor checking on the property. When I reminded her that the listing had claimed there were no neighbors for miles, she hesitated before admitting there was one about a mile down the road. "He's harmless," she said. "He just likes to check in sometimes. Don't worry about it." Her response left me cold. Caleb didn't need any convincing. We packed up in record time, throwing our belongings into bags without bothering to fold anything. As we drove away, the headlights briefly caught movement in the trees, a figure disappearing into the shadows. We didn't stop until we reached a small motel in the nearest town. Exhausted but unable to sleep, I spent the rest of the night looking up the cabin online. That's when I found the article. A break-in had occurred there just a few months earlier. Guests had been tied up and robbed in the middle of the night. We reported everything to Airbnb, and the listing was removed shortly after. The host never reached out again, and we didn't bother to pursue it further. It's been a while since that weekend, but the memory still haunts me. The sound of those footsteps, the sight of those muddy prints, it all felt so surreal at the time, but looking back, I realize how lucky we were to leave when we did. I still stay in Airbnbs from time to time, but I'm much more cautious now. I read every review, double-check every detail, and always make sure I know exactly what I'm walking into. I'll never forget the night I stayed at that motel. It's been years now, but even thinking about it still makes my stomach turn. At the time, I was on a solo road trip, something I'd decided to do on a whim after a series of life changes. It was one of those periods where everything feels uncertain, newly single, freshly unemployed, and unsure about where my life was heading. Hitting the open road seemed like the right move. There was something freeing about driving aimlessly, with no clear destination in mind. Just me, my car, and the highway stretching out endlessly ahead. That particular day, I had been driving for hours, through stretches of highway that seemed to go on forever, without a single sign of civilization. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and darkness had settled in when I finally spotted the flickering neon sign of a budget motel. My body was screaming for rest, and my eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. There weren't any other options for miles, so I decided to stop for the night. The motel itself was nothing special. A low, weathered building sat at the edge of the highway, its paint peeling and its parking lot dotted with cracks and weeds. The neon sign buzzed faintly, one of the letters flickering on and off, adding an almost eerie ambience to the scene. I remember pulling into the lot, my headlights sweeping across the empty spaces. The place felt deserted, except for a single rusted pickup truck parked near the office. I hesitated for a moment before heading inside. The lobby, or what passed for one, was small and cramped, with a counter that doubled as a convenience store stocked with dusty bags of chips and cans of soda. A man sat behind the counter, slumped in a chair that looked as old as the building itself. He was older, maybe in his 60s, with tired, sunken eyes and a face that seemed permanently etched with boredom. He barely glanced at me as I approached, handing over cash in exchange for the key to room 6. He slid the key across the counter without a word, and I left without trying to make conversation. Something about the man, the whole place really felt off, but I was too tired to care. The room was exactly what I expected, small, dimly lit, and vaguely unpleasant. The air inside was stale, carrying a faint but distinct odor that made me wrinkle my nose. The walls were painted a dull beige, and the carpet was a patchwork of stains that told 100 stories I didn't want to know. The bedspread was worn and scratchy, its faded geometric pattern doing little to disguise its age. I dropped my bag on the chair by the window and let out a sigh, reminding myself that it was just one night. As I moved around the room, unpacking the essentials, I noticed a few details that unsettled me. The bathroom door, for instance, had deep scratches running down the inside as though someone or something had clawed at it in desperation. I stared at the marks for a long moment, my mind racing through possibilities. A previous guest's pet? A prank? I tried to shrug it off, but the image stuck with me. Then there was the mirror above the dresser. It wasn't hanging quite right, slightly tilted in its frame. It seemed like such a minor thing, but something about it caught my attention. I stood there for a moment, staring at my reflection, before shaking my head and turning away. Despite the strange atmosphere, I was too tired to be picky. I climbed into bed, the mattress sagging under my weight, and turned off the lights. Lying there in the dark, I tried to push the uneasy feeling out of my mind. I told myself I was being paranoid, that my imagination was running wild because I was alone in a strange place. Eventually sleep came, though it was restless and fitful. At some point in the night, I woke up suddenly. My eyes snapped open, and for a moment, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. The room was silent except for the low hum of the air conditioner. I lay there listening, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I heard it, a faint rustling sound. It was quiet, almost imperceptible, but it was definitely there. It sounded like fabric brushing against fabric, or something shifting ever so slightly. I froze, straining to hear more. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the room, though I couldn't pinpoint where. My heart raced as my mind jumped to the worst conclusions. I reached over to the bedside lamp, my hand shaking as I fumbled for the switch. The room was bathed in dim yellow light, and I looked around, my eyes darting to every corner. Nothing. The room was empty. The door was still locked, and the curtains hadn't been disturbed. I told myself it was just my imagination, or maybe the building settling. But even as I turned off the light and lay back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Every creak and groan of the old building set my nerves on edge, and I barely slept the rest of the night. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the first light filtered through the curtains, I got up and started packing. I was eager to get back on the road, to put the strange night behind me. But as I moved around the room, my eyes kept drifting back to the mirror. In the daylight, the tilt was even more noticeable. Something about it nagged at me, like an itch I couldn't scratch. On a whim, I pressed my fingers against the edge of the mirror. To my surprise, it moved. The glass wobbled slightly in its frame, as though it wasn't fixed securely to the wall. My stomach turned as I slid the mirror aside, revealing a dark, narrow crawlspace behind it. What I saw froze me in place. Inside the crawlspace was a mattress, stained and filthy, surrounded by a scattering of food wrappers, empty water bottles, and bits of clothing. The space reeked of sweat and decay, and it was clear someone had been living there. My mind raced as I tried to process what I was seeing. Someone had been in there, watching me. And then I noticed something else. Pinned to the wall inside the crawlspace was a small drawing. A stick figure lying in bed, with two eyes drawn above it. Beneath the drawing, scrawled in jagged handwriting, were the words, "I like watching you sleep." I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I didn't waste another second. I grabbed my bag and bolted out of the room, barely taking the time to lock the door behind me. I threw the key onto the counter in the lobby and ran to my car, my hands shaking as I started the engine. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, my heart pounding the whole time. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't get the experience out of my head. I started obsessively checking mirrors wherever I went, tapping on them, even pulling them off the wall in some cases. I tried to put it behind me, but the memory wouldn't let go. Months later, I came across an article online about the motel. It had been shut down after an investigation uncovered multiple hidden crawlspaces behind mirrors in several rooms. Authorities found evidence of long-term habitation in those spaces, but no suspects were ever caught. Even now, I think about that night every time I see a motel. I haven't stayed in one since. Some things are better left in the past, but I know I'll carry that memory with me forever. It was supposed to be the perfect getaway. Emily and I had been together for 3 years, and between her grueling shifts as a nurse and my long hours as an IT specialist, finding time to unwind together felt impossible. When we came across an Airbnb listing for a secluded cabin in Montana, it seemed like the universe had handed us an opportunity. The photos were incredible. A cozy log cabin nestled in a clearing, surrounded by dense pine trees with mountain views stretching endlessly in the distance. It looked like the kind of place where time slowed down, where we could escape the noise of life and reconnect. We booked it without a second thought, thrilled by the idea of spending a quiet weekend away from the world. The host, Roger, had glowing reviews describing him as attentive, friendly, and helpful. Everything about the listing seemed perfect, and as we packed our bags and planned our hikes, I couldn't help but feel excited for the first time in months. The drive was long but beautiful, winding through mountain passes and thick forests. By the time we arrived, the sun was dipping low in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the property. The cabin was even better in person, charmingly rustic, with weathered wood siding, a wraparound porch, and large windows that reflected the fiery hues of the sunset. We stepped inside and were greeted by a cozy living space with a stone fireplace, vintage furniture, and walls adorned with nature-themed artwork. On the kitchen counter, there was a handwritten note from Roger welcoming us, along with a bottle of wine. The note included instructions for the fireplace, tips for nearby hikes, and his contact information in case of emergencies. Something about the note struck me as overly formal, but I chalked it up to my own tendency to overanalyze. Emily, ever the optimist, poured us each a glass of wine and toasted to the start of a relaxing weekend. That first night felt magical. We cooked dinner together, laughed over a board game by the fire, and listened to the quiet hum of the forest outside. For the first time in a long time, I felt myself letting go of the tension I'd been carrying. Yet, despite the serene atmosphere, a strange unease lingered in the back of my mind. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was the eerie silence of the remote location, or the way the house felt just a little too perfect. I brushed it off, not wanting to ruin the moment. The next day, we set out for a hike on a nearby trail Roger had recommended. The forest was alive with the sound of birdsong and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Emily and I took photos, joked about getting lost, and talked about everything and nothing. By the time we returned to the cabin, tired but happy, the unease I'd felt the night before seemed like a distant memory. That evening, as Emily started dinner, I wandered into the living room to straighten up. One of the picture frames caught my eye. It was a landscape photo of the surrounding mountains, simple and unobtrusive. But something about the way it was angled felt odd, like it had been placed deliberately to face a specific spot. Curious, I reached out to adjust it. As I tilted the frame, I noticed a faint glint behind the glass. At first, I thought it was just the reflection of the firelight, but when I looked closer, my stomach dropped. Hidden in the corner of the frame was a small, round lens. I froze, staring at the camera, a mix of disbelief and dread washing over me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was it some kind of prank? A security feature the host had forgotten to mention? But deep down, I knew there was no innocent explanation. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to move, pulling the frame off the wall to confirm what I already knew. There was a tiny camera, carefully hidden behind the glass. I didn't want to alarm Emily just yet, but I couldn't keep this to myself. When I showed her what I'd found, her face went pale. She stared at the lens in stunned silence before whispering, "How many more are there?" We spent the next hour tearing through the cabin, searching every room, every corner, every piece of decor. What we found turned my unease into full-blown horror. Cameras were everywhere. One in the mantel clock, another in the lamp by the bed, one inside the smoke detector in the hallway, and worst of all, one hidden in a vent in the bathroom. The realization that we'd been watched, every moment, every intimate second, was nauseating. Emily sat on the edge of the couch, trembling as she held one of the dismantled cameras in her hands. I could see tears welling in her eyes, and I felt a wave of guilt for bringing her here. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher assured me that an officer would be sent as soon as possible, but the cabin was so remote that it would take time. We didn't know what else to do, so we sat together in the living room, trying to stay calm. Then the lights went out. The sudden darkness was suffocating, and for a moment, neither of us moved. Emily's voice broke the silence, trembling as she said, "Jack, what's happening?" I reached for my phone to use the flashlight, but when I looked at the screen, I saw that we had no signal. My heart raced as I realized this wasn't just a power outage. Someone had cut the electricity and blocked our phones. I knew we couldn't stay in the cabin. We grabbed our bags, not bothering to pack properly, and made a dash for the car. Outside, the forest was pitch black. The only sounds are hurried footsteps and the crunch of gravel underfoot. As I started the car, Emily glanced back at the cabin. Her face went white as she pointed toward one of the windows. "Jack, there's someone inside." I didn't look back. I floored the gas, and we sped down the narrow gravel road, the cabin disappearing into the darkness behind us. We drove for what felt like hours until we reached a small diner with lights on and a handful of cars in the parking lot. Inside, we used the Wi-Fi to call the police again and waited until an officer arrived. The investigation revealed the horrifying truth. The cameras weren't just active. They were transmitting to a hidden room in the cabin filled with recording equipment. The host, Roger, had a history of voyeurism and had been using the property to record guests for years. Some of the footage had even been sold online. The news left us both shaken. Airbnb was cooperative, refunding our money and banning the host from the platform, but the damage was done. Knowing that our privacy had been violated so completely was devastating. It's been over a year since that weekend, and though Emily and I are still together, the experience left scars. We're more cautious now, more aware of how vulnerable we can be. Every time we stay somewhere new, I find myself checking clocks, smoke detectors, and picture frames. The cabin was supposed to be our refuge, a place to escape and reconnect. Instead, it became a reminder of how easily trust can be shattered. Looking back, I wish I'd trusted my gut sooner. That feeling of unease wasn't just paranoia. It was my instincts trying to warn me. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that no matter how beautiful a place might seem, it's always worth paying attention to the little things. You never know what might be hiding just beneath the surface. It happened about 6 months ago, but I still think about it every time I get behind the wheel. At the time, I was just a regular college student trying to balance a full schedule of classes, a part-time job, and the occasional visit home to see my family. My parents lived 3 hours away, and I usually drove home on weekends when I could carve out the time. It was something I looked forward to, a chance to reset and get away from the chaos of campus life. That weekend was like any other. I packed up a small duffel bag, grabbed my laptop and a few textbooks, and hit the road late on a Friday afternoon. I had timed the drive perfectly, thinking I'd get home just after sunset. The route was familiar, a stretch of highway that cut through the middle of nowhere, bordered by empty fields and the occasional cluster of trees. It wasn't the most scenic route, but it was the fastest, and I liked the quiet. The first couple of hours were uneventful. I had my favorite playlist blasting through the car's speakers, the windows cracked just enough to let in the crisp fall air. There's something about driving alone at night that I've always found soothing, like it gives me time to think without distractions. But that night, the quietness of the road started to feel oppressive. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky turned that deep inky black that swallows up everything around you. I was about 30 minutes from home when I felt the car lurch to one side. The sound that followed, a loud, sharp pop, made my stomach drop. I knew immediately what it was. Pulling over to the side of the highway, I put the car in park and turned on my hazard lights. Stepping out, I was hit by the cool night air and the faint scent of dry grass. My heart sank as I circled to the back of the car and saw the flat tire. It wasn't just flat, it was completely shredded, like I'd driven over something sharp. I stood there for a moment, debating my options. I'd learned how to change a tire years ago, but it wasn't something I'd had to do often. Still, I wasn't about to wait for someone to drive by and help. Not out here, where cars were few and far between. I opened the trunk, pulled out the spare tire, and got to work. It was slow going. The jack was stiff, and the lug nuts were on so tight I had to use my entire body weight to loosen them. The whole time, I was hyper-aware of how exposed I was. The road was completely dark except for the faint glow of my hazard lights, and every sound, the rustle of the wind, the distant hum of an engine, made me jump. I was almost done when I heard the low rumble of a car approaching. I froze, gripping the lug wrench like it was some kind of weapon. A pair of headlights appeared in the distance, growing brighter as the car got closer. My first thought was relief. Maybe someone would stop and help. But as the car slowed and pulled over behind me, that relief was quickly replaced by a sinking feeling in my gut. The car was an old black sedan, its paint scratched and dull. The driver's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was tall, maybe in his late 30s or early 40s, with messy hair and a scruffy beard. His clothes were wrinkled, and he had this air about him, too casual, like he was comfortable in situations where most people wouldn't be. He called out to me, his voice cutting through the stillness of the night. I couldn't make out every word, but the gist was clear. He was offering to help. I remember feeling torn. Part of me wanted to believe he was just a good Samaritan passing by, but another part of me, the part that had spent years hearing my mom's warnings about strangers, was screaming at me to stay cautious. I told him I was fine, that I had everything under control, but he ignored me and walked over anyway. I could feel my heart racing as he crouched next to the tire, inspecting my work. Without asking, he grabbed the lug wrench from my hand and started tightening the bolts. The whole time he worked, he kept talking. His tone was friendly enough, but the questions he asked felt intrusive. Where was I headed? Did I live nearby? Was I in school? I answered as vaguely as I could, hoping he'd take the hint and leave once the tire was fixed. When he finished, he stood up and smiled, but there was something unsettling about it, too wide, too forced. He said something about how lucky I was that he'd come along, how dangerous it was to be out here alone. Then he mentioned a diner a few miles up the road and suggested we go grab a bite to eat. I felt my stomach twist. The idea of getting into a car with him, of sitting across from him in some empty diner, made my skin crawl. I declined as politely as I could, but he kept insisting. His tone didn't change, but the way he stood, blocking my path to the car, felt almost threatening. Finally, I managed to get past him and into the driver's seat. I locked the doors, started the engine, and pulled back onto the highway without looking back. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the car steady. For a moment, I thought I was in the clear. But then I saw his headlights in the rearview mirror. He was following me. My chest tightened as I tried to think. I sped up, hoping he'd get bored and give up, but he stayed right behind me. The highway stretched on, empty and endless, and there were no exits or turnoffs in sight. I felt trapped, the darkness pressing in on all sides. Then up ahead I saw it, the glowing lights of a gas station. It was the first sign of civilization I'd seen in miles, and I didn't hesitate. I swerved into the parking lot, pulling up next to the pumps where a couple of other cars were parked. I stayed in the car, watching in the mirror as the black sedan slowed. For a moment, I thought he was going to pull in after me, but then he sped off, disappearing into the night. I sat there for a long time, trying to steady my breathing. When I finally got out, the gas station attendant glanced over, probably noticing how pale I looked. I pretended to check my tires, but really, I was just trying to calm down. When I got home that night, I told my parents what had happened. My dad looked serious, and my mom was visibly shaken. They urged me to call the police, so I did. When I described the man to the officer, there was a long pause on the other end of the line. The officer told me they'd been looking for someone matching that description, a man suspected of targeting women along that stretch of highway. Hearing that made my blood run cold. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't stop replaying the encounter in my head. What if I hadn't trusted my instincts? What if I'd let him talk me into going to that diner? The thought still makes me shudder. Since then, I've made some changes. I never leave for a trip without telling someone where I'm going, and I always make sure my car is in good shape before I hit the road. Most importantly, I've learned to trust that little voice in the back of my mind, the one that tells you when something isn't right, because sometimes that voice is the only thing keeping you safe. Moving to Denver was supposed to be a new chapter in my life, one filled with opportunity and stability. For years, I'd lived paycheck to paycheck in Portland, stuck in a job that barely covered the rent for my tiny studio apartment. When I finally got the offer for a better job in a bigger city, I packed my life into a rented U-Haul and drove east, excited to start fresh. But new beginnings have a way of reminding you how much you don't have. My new apartment was spacious, with clean walls and large windows that let in plenty of light, but it was painfully empty. I didn't have much furniture to fill it, and the kitchen, in particular, felt incomplete without a refrigerator. With most of my savings spent on the move and deposits, I turned to Craigslist to find something affordable. It wasn't my first time using the site. I'd furnished my old place with Craigslist finds over the years and never had an issue. After a few days of searching, I stumbled upon a listing that seemed promising. A stainless steel refrigerator, slightly dented on one side but otherwise functional, for just $150. The photos weren't great, dark and grainy, but it looked like it would do the job. The seller, a man named Chris, claimed he was moving out of state and needed to sell it quickly. For an extra $50, he even offered to deliver it. Given that I didn't own a truck, this was a godsend. Chris was prompt. He arrived on Sunday afternoon in a beat-up pickup truck, the fridge strapped down with fraying bungee cords. I remember standing in my driveway, watching as he backed in, and feeling an odd sense of unease. He looked to be in his mid-30s, wiry, with pale skin and a nervous energy about him. His clothes were rumpled, and he avoided eye contact, speaking quickly and brusquely. He barely acknowledged me as he unstrapped the fridge and wheeled it into my kitchen with a dolly. At the time, I chalked his behavior up to moving stress. People in transition aren't always at their best. He set the fridge in place with more haste than care, gave me a quick "it's all yours," and practically bolted out the door. I tried to offer him a tip, but he was gone before I could even get my wallet. I shrugged it off, reasoning that some people just don't like to linger. Once Chris left, I plugged in the fridge and started unpacking my groceries. It didn't take long for me to notice something odd, the faint smell of bleach wafting out every time I opened the door. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was distinct enough to make me wrinkle my nose. I figured Chris must have cleaned it before selling it. If anything, it seemed considerate, though a bit overzealous. It wasn't until I opened the freezer that I started to feel uneasy. The interior was scratched up, deep gouges ran along the walls, as though someone had repeatedly dragged a sharp object across the surface. In the corners, I found remnants of duct tape, the kind that leaves behind gray, fibrous residue. I peeled off one piece and held it up to the light, puzzled. What would someone need to tape inside a freezer? I tried to push the thought aside, reasoning that maybe Chris had used it to secure some kind of organizer or divider. Still, there was something about the combination of bleach, scratches, and tape that didn't sit right with me. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the fridge. I wasn't the type to jump to wild conclusions, but the whole thing felt off. To distract myself, I scrolled through my phone, catching up on local news. That's when I saw the article that made my stomach drop. The headline read, "Craigslist delivery driver still missing after 1 week." My thumb hovered over the screen as I stared at the photo of a young man with sandy brown hair and a shy smile. His name was Mark Dalton, and he had disappeared after making a delivery arranged through Craigslist. According to the article, Mark had told a friend he was dropping off a household item to a customer, but never returned. His truck was found abandoned in a remote area, and police suspected foul play. I couldn't explain why, but the moment I saw that article, I knew there was a connection. I tried to dismiss it as paranoia, just an overactive imagination fueled by too many true crime podcasts. But the feeling wouldn't go away. The scratches, the duct tape, the bleach smell, they didn't feel like quirks of a second-hand appliance anymore. They felt like evidence. The next morning, I decided to check the fridge's serial number. It wasn't easy to find. I had to move the fridge away from the wall and crouched down to read the small sticker on the back. I copied the number into my phone and searched for it online, not really expecting to find anything. To my shock, the serial number popped up in a database of stolen appliances. The fridge had been reported missing from Mark Dalton's home. My hands were shaking as I stared at the screen. I felt a wave of nausea as the pieces began to fall into place. If the fridge had come from Mark's house, then what were the chances that it had been involved in whatever had happened to him? I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to pretend I'd never seen the article, to just let it go and move on. But I couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling that I was sitting on something important. I called the police later that day. I didn't want to sound like a crazy person, so I tried to be as calm and logical as possible. I explained how I'd bought the fridge on Craigslist, how it matched the description of one stolen from Mark Dalton's home, and how I'd found the duct tape and smelled bleach. The officer I spoke to listened politely but sounded skeptical. I thought that might be the end of it, but a few hours later, a team of detectives showed up at my apartment. The investigation moved quickly after that. Forensic specialists examined the fridge and found traces of biological material in the freezer. It was faint, almost undetectable, but it was enough to confirm that the freezer had been used to store human remains. When the DNA results came back, they matched Mark Dalton. The police eventually tracked down Chris, whose real name was Jason Cray. He had a long history of petty crimes and had been living out of his truck at the time of Mark's disappearance. Under questioning, Jason confessed to killing Mark during a robbery gone wrong. He'd used the freezer to store the body temporarily, cleaning it with bleach before selling it to me in a twisted attempt to get rid of evidence. The trial was a media circus, but I stayed out of the spotlight as much as I could. Even now, years later, the whole experience feels surreal, like something out of a nightmare. I moved out of that apartment a few months after the trial ended. It wasn't just the fridge, it was the sense of unease that lingered, the way the shadows in my kitchen seemed darker than they should have been. To this day, I can't walk past a second-hand appliance without feeling a pang of anxiety. I've learned to trust my instincts, to listen to that little voice in the back of my mind when something doesn't feel right. Some deals aren't worth the price, and some objects carry more than just their physical weight. It was a night I'll never forget, even though I've tried countless times to put it out of my mind. Back then, I was working as a nurse at a small clinic just outside the city. The shifts were long, and the paperwork was endless. That particular night, I stayed late to finish some reports. By the time I finally clocked out and got in my car, it was nearly 1 a.m. The roads were deserted, and the silence was deafening, save for the soft hum of my engine as I headed home. The highway I took to get back to my small suburban apartment was long and mostly surrounded by woods. There were no streetlights, no other cars in sight, just darkness stretching endlessly ahead and behind me. It wasn't the first time I'd driven that route alone at night, but something about that night felt different. Maybe it was the exhaustion creeping in, making me more anxious than usual. Or maybe it was the way the wind howled through the trees on either side of the road. As I settled into the drive, I noticed a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought nothing of it. Cars came and went, even on such a lonely stretch of road. But this car didn't pass me. It stayed behind me, getting closer and closer until it was practically on my bumper. I figured they must be in a hurry, so I changed lanes to let them pass. Instead of speeding by, the car followed me into the other lane. My pulse quickened as I glanced into my rearview mirror again. The headlights were so bright that they flooded the inside of my car, casting eerie shadows. I tried slowing down a bit, thinking maybe they'd get the hint and go around me. But they didn't. If anything, they got even closer. That's when I started to panic. I pressed my foot on the gas, trying to put some distance between us. But no matter how fast I went, they matched my speed, sticking to me like glue. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as I tried to think of what to do. Stopping wasn't an option, not out here in the middle of nowhere. I didn't want to pull over and risk confronting whoever was in that car. I kept driving, my heart racing with every mile. I switched lanes again, hoping to throw them off, but they swerved right back behind me. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios. Was this just some reckless driver messing around, or was it something worse? After what felt like an eternity, I spotted the faint glow of neon lights up ahead. It was a gas station, one of those 24-hour places with a convenience store attached. Relief washed over me. At least there would be people there, or at the very least, cameras and bright lights. I pulled into the station, parking as close to the main entrance as I could. As soon as I stopped, I noticed the other car didn't follow me into the lot. Instead, it sped off down the highway, disappearing into the darkness. My hands were shaking as I sat there, trying to catch my breath. I felt a wave of relief, but also unease. Why had they been following me? And why had they suddenly left? After a few minutes, I convinced myself that the danger was over. The gas station was brightly lit, and there were security cameras all around. I decided to go inside and pay for some gas. My tank was nearly empty, and I didn't want to risk running out on the way home. The cashier gave me a polite nod as I handed over some cash. I remember feeling a little self-conscious about how flustered I must have looked. I thought about mentioning the car that had been following me, but decided against it. What would I even say? They were gone now, and I was safe, or so I thought. As I walked back to my car, the cool night air prickling my skin, I felt a strange sensation. It was the kind of instinctual feeling you get when you know someone's watching you. I glanced around but didn't see anyone. The lot was empty except for my car and a couple of others parked near the edge. Shaking off the feeling, I reached for the gas pump. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a man lunged at me from behind one of the parked cars. His face was partially obscured by a hood, but I could see the menacing glint in his eyes. He grabbed my arm, his grip so tight it hurt. "Don't scream," he hissed, his voice low and threatening. "Give me your keys." For a moment, I was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. My mind raced, trying to process what was happening. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen to people like me, or so I'd always thought. But it was real, and I had to do something. I tried to pull away, but his grip only tightened. My keys slipped from my hand and fell to the ground with a metallic clatter. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Before I could react further, a voice shouted from behind me. "Hey, get away from her." I turned my head just enough to see the gas station attendant running toward us. He was a large man, probably in his 40s, and he was holding a metal bat. His voice was loud and commanding, filled with anger and urgency. The man let go of my arm and bolted, disappearing into the shadows at the edge of the lot. I stumbled backward, my legs shaky and weak. The attendant reached me within seconds, his face etched with concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice softer now. I nodded, though I could feel tears streaming down my face. I think so." He stayed with me as I picked up my keys and tried to steady my breathing. A few minutes later, The flashing lights of a police car lit up the lot. The attendant must have called them while I was inside. The officers took my statement and listened intently as I described everything. The car that had followed me, the man who had attacked me. They told me that the two were likely connected. The man must have been in the car that had been tailing me, and when I stopped at the gas station, he jumped out and hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike. They searched the area but didn't find him. The officer who spoke to me said I'd done the right thing by stopping in a well-lit area and staying alert. He also praised the attendant for his quick thinking. I drove home that night with a police escort, my hands still trembling on the steering wheel. When I finally got into my apartment, I locked every door and window and sat on the couch, staring at nothing. I didn't sleep at all. Every sound outside made me jump, and I couldn't shake the image of that man's face or the feeling of his hand gripping my arm. In the days that followed, I replayed the incident over and over in my mind, wondering what I could have done differently. But the truth is, there's no way to predict something like that. I'd always thought I was cautious, but that night taught me how quickly things can go wrong. Over time, the fear faded, though it never completely disappeared. I still avoid driving alone at night whenever I can. And whenever I pass that gas station, I can't help but think about how different things could have been if not for the attendant's intervention. It's a terrifying memory, but it also reminded me of something important. There are good people out there, people who will step up when it matters most. That attendant didn't have to come outside and risk his own safety for me, but he did. For that, I'll always be grateful. Eric and I were in desperate need of a getaway. Life in the city had become overwhelming, and we both felt like we were running on fumes. I worked long hours at an advertising firm, constantly glued to my phone, while Eric's schedule as a software engineer wasn't much better. We barely saw each other, let alone spent meaningful time together. One night, while scrolling through Airbnb listings, Eric found a cabin that seemed perfect, remote, nestled in the woods with a serene lake nearby. The photos showed a cozy space with a stone fireplace, large windows, and enough charm to make it feel like an escape from reality. The reviews were glowing. Guests raved about how peaceful it was, how thoughtful the host, Greg, had been, and how it felt like a slice of heaven in the middle of nowhere. We booked it immediately for the upcoming weekend and began counting down the days. The drive to the cabin was beautiful. The trees grew denser as we left the city behind, and the air seemed fresher with every mile. By the time we reached the gravel path leading to the cabin, the stress of urban life felt like a distant memory. The cabin itself was picture perfect. It sat at the end of the path, surrounded by towering pines. The lake was just visible through the trees, its surface glistening in the late afternoon sun. When we arrived, there was no one there to greet us, but Greg had left a message earlier in the day, reminding us that the key was under the mat. I remember smiling at how thoughtful his tone seemed. Make yourselves at home. Don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Inside, the cabin was even more charming than the photos had suggested. The scent of wood filled the air, and the warm lighting made the space feel instantly welcoming. There was a handwritten note on the dining table. Welcome, Eric and Maya. I hope you have a wonderful stay. The cabin is stocked with basics, so just relax and enjoy the peace and quiet. It was such a nice touch, and it made me feel like Greg really cared about the experience he provided. But as we unpacked, I started noticing small details that didn't quite fit. The first thing was the bedroom door. Unlike the other doors in the cabin, it didn't have a lock. I pointed it out to Eric, but he brushed it off, saying it was probably just old. He was right, the cabin did have that rustic charm where things didn't feel perfectly modern, but something about it bothered me. Then there were the cameras. The listing had mentioned that there were a couple of security cameras in common areas for safety. That didn't seem unusual at first, but I spotted 3 cameras in the living room alone. One was positioned right above the TV, another near the fireplace, and a third was angled directly at the couch. I felt uneasy. but Eric reminded me that it was common for rental properties to have cameras. "If it really bothers you, we can unplug them," he said. I decided to let it go, though I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. Things started to feel stranger when I opened one of the kitchen drawers looking for utensils and found a wallet and a set of keys. They weren't ours, and the wallet didn't look like it had been left behind by a previous guest. It was old, worn, and full of receipts, business cards, and other personal items. "Why would this be here?" I asked Eric, holding it up. He frowned and came over to take a look. Maybe Greg forgot to clean it out, or maybe he uses the cabin sometimes when no one's renting it. His explanation made sense, but it didn't make me feel any better. I put the wallet back in the drawer and tried to move on. That night, we lit a fire, opened a bottle of wine, and tried to relax. For a while it worked. We talked, laughed, and even played a silly card game we hadn't touched in years. It felt good to reconnect. But as the night wore on, I started hearing noises. At first, it was just a faint creaking sound like the cabin settling. But then it became more deliberate. It sounded like footsteps. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Eric. He paused, listening. "It's probably just the wind, or maybe an animal on the roof." But it didn't sound like wind, and it definitely didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like someone walking. The listing had said the cabin was completely private. There shouldn't have been anyone else there. But the sounds continued, slow, deliberate creaks that seemed to come from the floor above us. I couldn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to every sound. At one point, I could have sworn I heard a faint cough. I wanted to wake Eric, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. The next morning, though, we found something that made my fears impossible to ignore. When I walked into the kitchen, there was a coffee mug sitting on the counter. It wasn't ours. "Eric," I called, my voice shaking. "Did you leave this here?" He walked into the kitchen, still groggy. "No, I didn't use a mug last night." We both stared at it, and a sick feeling settled in my stomach. Someone had been in the cabin while we were sleeping. That was it. We packed our bags in record time and left. On the drive back, Eric reported the incident to Airbnb, but their initial response felt underwhelming. They said they'd look into it and offered a partial refund, but it didn't feel like enough. A few weeks later, we got a call from a police detective. He asked if we had stayed at the cabin recently, and when we confirmed, he told us they had conducted a search of the property. What they found still haunts me. Behind a panel in one of the upstairs closets was a hidden crawl space that led to the attic. Inside, they found a sleeping bag, food wrappers, water bottles, and other signs that someone had been living there. The attic had gaps in the floorboards that allowed someone to look down into the living areas below. The detective explained that the host, Greg, had been living in the crawl space and spying on guests during their stays. He had been doing it for years. I felt sick to my stomach as he described it. All those glowing reviews, all those guests who had raved about how peaceful the cabin was. How many of them had been watched without knowing. Greg was arrested and charged with multiple counts of invasion of privacy. I later found out that we weren't the first guests to report strange activity at the cabin, but we were among the lucky ones who left before anything worse happened. To this day, I can't book a vacation rental without feeling uneasy. Every creak, every shadow, every misplaced object feels like a warning. The cabin was supposed to be a place to escape and reconnect, but instead, it became the source of a story I'll never forget, and a reminder that sometimes the perfect getaway can hide the darkest secrets. When Emily and I bought our first home, it felt like we had finally made it. We'd spent years saving for this moment, sacrificing vacations, skipping fancy dinners, and holding off on big expenses so we could make this dream a reality. The house wasn't perfect by any means, but it was ours, a modest 2-story brick home tucked away at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. We could see the potential, even beneath the layers of peeling paint, creaky floorboards, and outdated fixtures. We were eager to make the place our own. Every evening after work, we would sit in the living room surrounded by unpacked boxes, discussing our plans for renovations. The house was built in the 1940s, so it had plenty of quirks, especially the closets, which were small, oddly shaped, and not very practical. We decided to start there, simple enough for first-time renovators like us. One Saturday, we tackled the upstairs guest bedroom. The closet in that room was the worst of all, a cramped, awkward little space with a sagging floor that made it nearly unusable. Armed with crowbars, hammers, and sheer optimism, we started tearing out old shelves and prying up floorboards. At first, it felt like any other DIY project, messy but satisfying. That changed quickly. As I pried up one of the warped floorboards, I noticed something unusual. Beneath the floor was a rectangular opening, dark and ominous. It was just big enough for a person to squeeze through. My initial reaction was curiosity, followed almost immediately by unease. What was this? And why hadn't we noticed it before? I grabbed a flashlight from the toolbox and crouched down to take a closer look. The beam of light revealed a small, enclosed space. At first, it was hard to make out what I was seeing, but as I focused, details began to emerge. A sleeping bag, crumpled and dirty, lay against one wall. Nearby were empty food cans, discarded fast food wrappers, and scattered cigarette butts. It hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone had been living here. The realization sent a cold chill down my spine. I suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable, like the safety of our new home had been shattered. How long had they been here? Were they still around? Emily and I were both shaken. We didn't know what to do at first. The space felt wrong, like it carried the weight of something we couldn't see or understand. After some deliberation, we called the police to report what we had found. The officers arrived later that afternoon. They examined the crawl space and confirmed our fears. It had indeed been used as a living space. They found an entry point under the porch, a small gap that wasn't visible unless you were looking for it. It was clear that whoever had been there had accessed the crawl space through that opening. The police told us that the space appeared to have been abandoned for some time, but they couldn't say exactly how long. They took photos, documented the scene, and assured us that it was unlikely the person would return. Hearing that should have been reassuring, but it wasn't. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old house sounded amplified in the silence. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, imagining footsteps or the sound of the crawl space opening up again. Emily was just as unsettled. I could hear her restless breathing beside me. The house no longer felt like our sanctuary. It felt like a place we couldn't fully trust. The next morning, we decided to take action. I called a locksmith to change all the locks on the house, even the ones that seemed secure. We also decided to install a security system with cameras, motion detectors, and alarms. I wanted to make sure there wasn't a single point of entry that wasn't under our control. Later that day, I went under the porch to deal with the entry point to the crawl space. It was a narrow opening, almost hidden by the way the porch skirt curved. Using heavy-duty screws and a metal grate, I sealed it shut. The work took longer than I expected, but I didn't care. I wasn't leaving anything to chance. In the days that followed, life slowly started to return to normal, but the unease lingered. Every time I walked past the guest bedroom, I felt a twinge of discomfort. Emily avoided the room entirely unless I was with her. Even with the locks changed and the security system in place, the experience had left its mark on us. We tried to focus on our renovations, channeling our energy into making the house feel like home again. We painted walls, replaced old fixtures, and even added some personal touches to the guest bedroom. But no matter how much we changed, the memory of that crawl space lingered. Occasionally, I found myself lying awake at night, thinking about the person who had lived there. What had brought them to that point? Were they desperate? Homeless? Or was it something darker? The not knowing was the worst part. Over time, the sense of fear began to fade, replaced by a kind of guarded acceptance. The cameras showed nothing unusual, and the house settled back into its quiet rhythm. Still, the experience had changed us. I started checking the locks every night before bed, triple checking them if I heard even the faintest sound outside. Emily developed a habit of glancing at the security monitor whenever she walked past it. Years later, I still think about that crawl space from time to time. It's strange how something so small, a hidden corner of a house, can leave such a lasting impression. The fear isn't as sharp as it once was, but the memory lingers, a quiet reminder of how vulnerable we can be without even realizing it. The house is different now, fully renovated, warm, and inviting. It feels like home in every sense of the word. But every so often, when I walk past the guest bedroom or hear the faint groan of the floorboards, I can't help but remember what we found that day. And for a moment, I feel that same chill I felt when I first looked into the darkness of the crawl space. It's a feeling I don't think I'll ever completely shake. It was my sophomore year of college, and I remember the night like it was yesterday. That week had been overwhelming. Midterms were looming, my part-time job was eating up my evenings, and I barely had the energy to keep up with everything. By Friday, my fridge was nearly empty, and I didn't have the energy to meal prep or plan out anything fancy. I just needed to grab a few essentials to get through the weekend. There was a 24-hour grocery store a few miles from campus, and I often went there late at night. I liked how quiet it was, no crowds, no lines, just me and my list. I threw on a hoodie and sweats, grabbed my keys, and headed out. It was cold that night, with one of those eerie silences that come with being out late in an empty part of town. The store's parking lot was mostly deserted except for a couple of scattered cars under the dim, flickering lights. I parked a little away from the entrance, close to a lamp post, locked my car, and headed inside. The store was just as empty as I'd hoped. I grabbed a cart and popped in my earbuds, letting music fill the silence. My shopping list wasn't long: milk, eggs, bread, some snacks, but I wandered a bit, taking my time. It wasn't until I was in the produce section, picking out apples, that I felt it. That strange prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I looked up from the apples and saw him. He was standing a few feet away, holding a single can of soup in his hand, and staring right at me. He wasn't pretending to look at the produce or even glancing around the store. His eyes were fixed on me. It was unsettling, but I told myself it was nothing. Maybe he was zoning out or lost in thought. I looked away, grabbed my apples, and pushed my cart to the next aisle. But as I moved through the store, I couldn't shake the feeling. Every time I turned into a new section, cereal, frozen foods, dairy, he was there. He kept his distance, but he wasn't shopping. He didn't pick up anything else, still holding on to that same can of soup. Sometimes he'd pause and pretend to look at something on the shelf, but it was half-hearted, like he didn't care about blending in. My heart started to race. I was trying to rationalize it. Maybe he was just indecisive, or maybe I was being paranoid. It was late, after all, and I was already exhausted. But no matter how I tried to explain it, my gut told me something was wrong. By the time I reached the checkout, I was practically sweating. I felt exposed, like every move I made was being tracked. There were no other customers around, just the cashier, a tired-looking young woman who barely glanced at me as she scanned my items. I kept stealing glances over my shoulder, and sure enough, there he was, standing near the magazine rack by the exit. He wasn't even pretending to browse anymore. He was just standing there, watching. I grabbed my bag, thanked the cashier quickly, and headed for the exit. My mind was racing. Should I ask for help? Should I just walk out and act normal? I decided not to linger. I didn't want to make a scene, and honestly, I didn't even know what I'd say. My car wasn't far from the entrance, but those few steps across the parking lot felt like the longest walk of my life. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears, and every instinct was telling me to move faster. When I got to my car, I fumbled with my keys, trying to unlock the door as quickly as possible. I didn't dare look back at the store. I threw my bag onto the passenger seat and jumped in, locking the doors as soon as I was inside. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. That's when I saw him again. He had stepped outside the store and was standing just by the doors, looking straight at me. I didn't wait to see what he was going to do. I reversed out of the parking spot so fast I almost hit the curb, and then I sped out of the lot, my heart pounding. As I drove down the dark, empty streets, I kept checking my mirrors, convinced he was following me. But there were no headlights behind me. After a while, I started to calm down. I told myself I'd overreacted, that maybe he was just a weird guy and it wasn't as bad as I thought. When I got home, I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows. My apartment was a small one-bedroom in an old building near campus, and it usually felt safe. That night, though, I couldn't relax. I stayed up for hours, sitting on my couch with all the lights on, replaying the entire encounter in my head. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe he really had been zoned out. Maybe I'd let my imagination get the better of me. The next morning, I got up early for class. The uneasiness from the night before had mostly faded, though I still felt a little paranoid as I walked to my car. I tossed my backpack into the back seat and was about to get in when I noticed something strange. There was a small black object attached to the underside of my rear bumper. It was barely noticeable, tucked just out of sight, but something about it caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just a piece of debris or something that had gotten stuck while I was driving. But when I crouched down to take a closer look, my stomach dropped. It was a small device with a magnetic base, and it didn't look like anything that belonged to my car. I had no idea what it was, but I had a terrible feeling about it. I pulled it off and stared at it, my hands shaking. It didn't take long for me to realize what it was, a GPS tracker. My mind was racing. Who put this here? Why? The man from the grocery store was the first thought that came to mind, and my heart sank as I realized how close I might have come to real danger. I called campus security first, unsure of what else to do. They told me to bring the device to the local police station, which I did later that day. The officer I spoke to was calm but serious. He explained that GPS trackers like this are sometimes used by stalkers to monitor their victims. Hearing those words made my skin crawl. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't overreacted. Someone had been following me. For weeks after that, I couldn't shake the fear. Every time I got into my car, I checked under the bumper, the wheel wells, everywhere. I changed my routine, stopped going out late at night, and avoided that grocery store altogether. I even invested in a security camera for my apartment and started carrying pepper spray. It took a long time for me to feel anything close to normal again. Looking back, the scariest part wasn't just the tracker, it was how easily I could have missed it. If I hadn't trusted my gut that night, if I hadn't been paying attention, who knows what could have happened. I still think about that sometimes, especially when I'm out late or in an unfamiliar place. It's a reminder that no matter how safe you think you are, it's always worth being cautious. Trust your instincts. They might just save your life. I've always loved solo backpacking. There's something about being out there alone, just me and the wilderness, that feels right. The silence, the solitude, the chance to disconnect from everything and everyone. Over the years, I'd tackled trails all across the country. Yosemite Glacier, parts of the Appalachian Trail. But there was one trip that still lingers in my mind, and not in a good way. It happened a few years ago in Colorado, deep in Rocky Mountain National Park. To this day, I can't fully explain what happened out there, and honestly, I don't think I wanna. It was late September, just as the aspen leaves were starting to turn. The air was cool and crisp, the kind of weather that makes hiking a dream. I had been feeling overwhelmed with work and life, and I wanted to get away from it all, to clear my head. Most people stick to the well-worn trails and popular campsites, but I wanted real solitude. I had done plenty of off-trail hiking before, and I figured this trip would be no different. I planned to hike about 10 miles into the backcountry, well off the beaten path, and set up camp by a small stream I had marked on my map. The plan was to spend a couple of nights out there, completely alone, before heading back to civilization. The hiking was perfect. I didn't see another soul the entire way, just the sound of my boots crunching against the dirt, the occasional chirping bird, and the rustling of wind through the trees. The further I went, the more peaceful it felt. By the time I reached my campsite, it was late afternoon, and the sun was starting to dip behind the mountains. The spot I had chosen was perfect, tucked away in a dense grove of pines with a small, clear stream nearby. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and cooked a quick meal. Sitting by the fire that evening, I remember feeling a deep sense of peace, like I had finally found the solitude I was looking for. But as night fell, something shifted. The forest, which had been alive with the usual sounds of nature, grew unnervingly quiet. No insects buzzing, no distant owl calls, nothing. Just silence. At first, I chalked it up to my imagination, maybe the altitude playing tricks on me. But the stillness wasn't normal. I tried to shake off the unease creeping into my chest, focusing instead on the warmth of the fire and the soothing trickle of the stream. I crawled into my tent a little after 10, zipped it up tight, and settled into my sleeping bag. I must have dozed off quickly, but sometime around midnight, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why at first, but then I heard it, a faint rustling sound outside my tent. My pulse quickened. I lay still listening, my heart pounding in my ears. It was subtle, like something moving slowly through the underbrush. I told myself it was probably just a deer or a raccoon sniffing around my campsite. I reached over and grabbed my cooking pot, banging it against the ground to make some noise, hoping to scare whatever it was away. The rustling stopped immediately. Not like an animal spooked and bolting into the woods, just stopped, dead silent. I held my breath, waiting for some kind of follow-up noise, the sound of retreating footsteps, anything. But the silence stretched on. Minutes passed, and eventually, I convinced myself it had just been my imagination, that I was being paranoid. I forced myself to close my eyes and drift back to sleep. The morning sun filtering through the tent should have been comforting, but when I stepped outside, I immediately felt that something was wrong. My backpack, something was off about it. It wasn't where I had left it. I had leaned it against a tree the night before, but now it was a few feet away, partially unzipped. My first thought was that an animal had gotten into it, but as I inspected it, I realized nothing was missing. My food was untouched, my gear still neatly packed inside. It was as if someone had gone through it and put everything back. That's when I noticed the boot prints. Faint, but distinct in the soft earth around my tent. They circled it, once, maybe twice, and stopped right at the entrance flap. My stomach dropped. They weren't mine. I knew exactly what my own tracks looked like, and these were different. Smaller, maybe? I couldn't tell for sure, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. I packed up quickly. I didn't even bother cooking breakfast, just stuffed everything into my pack and started heading back toward the main trail. I tried to convince myself that maybe I had somehow made the prints myself without realizing it, that I had moved my bag and forgotten, but deep down I knew better. The entire hike back, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every few minutes, I'd stop and glance over my shoulder, scanning the trees for movement. I'd listen carefully, but the forest was still deathly silent. I started moving faster, my heart pounding harder with each step. A couple of times, I swore I heard faint footsteps behind me, matching my pace, but every time I stopped to listen, there was nothing. I've never felt so relieved as I did when I finally saw the familiar wooden trailhead sign. I practically jogged the last quarter mile to my car, threw my pack in the trunk, and locked the doors as soon as I got in. I just sat there for a while, staring at the empty parking lot, trying to process what had happened. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was probably just my imagination, that I was overreacting. It wasn't until about a week later that everything clicked into place. I was scrolling through local news when I saw the headline, "Search continues for missing camper in Rocky Mountain National Park." My stomach dropped. The article said a hiker had disappeared in the same area I had been camping, just a few days before my trip. Rangers had found their abandoned tent, but no sign of them. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if I had just narrowly missed something, or someone out there? What if whoever or whatever had been circling my tent that night had intended to do more? Even now, years later, I think about that trip often. I've gone backpacking since, but never alone, and never in that park again. There's something out there, something I can't explain, and I don't think I ever want to find out what it was. It happened a few years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I had just left a concert at the Greek Theater in Los Angeles, still riding the high of hearing my favorite band live. The music was amazing, and the crowd's energy was electric. I'd spent the evening dancing, singing along, and having a great time with a small group of friends. By the end of the night, though, I was drained. Everyone else was heading out for drinks to keep the night going, but I just wanted to get home. I'd had enough of crowds, and my introvert side was begging for some peace and quiet. The street outside the venue was chaotic, packed with people trying to grab cabs, ride shares, or just find their parked cars. I remember standing there under the streetlights, scrolling through my phone and opening the rideshare app. I wasn't worried about anything. Echo Park wasn't far, and I figured I'd be home in no time. A black sedan popped up on the app. The driver's name was Alan, and his profile picture showed a man with short dark hair, probably in his mid-30s. He looked nondescript, like most drivers do in their profile photos. The app said he'd be there in 3 minutes, so I stood near the curb and waited. Sure enough, the black sedan pulled up right on time. I double-checked the license plate against what the app showed. Everything matched. As I slid into the back seat, I gave the driver a polite smile and a quick, "Hi." He nodded in acknowledgement, but didn't say much else. That wasn't unusual. Not every driver is chatty. I settled into the seat and checked the route on the app. It was straightforward, a quick drive to Echo Park, about 15 minutes tops. The first part of the ride felt normal. Alan was quiet, focused on the road, and the app's GPS seemed to be directing him toward the freeway, just like I expected. I pulled out my phone to scroll through social media, reliving the concert through the photos and videos I'd taken earlier. But as the ride went on, I noticed we weren't heading toward the freeway after all. Instead, Alan made an unexpected left turn onto a smaller residential street. At first, I thought he was just avoiding traffic. Drivers do that sometimes, especially in LA, where congestion can turn a short trip into a nightmare. I glanced at the GPS again, and it still showed the freeway as the most direct route. Yet Alan kept making turns, each one taking us farther away from the main roads. The streets became quieter, darker, and less familiar. I started to feel uneasy, but I told myself not to overreact. Maybe he knew a shortcut the app didn't. But after several minutes of winding through side streets, my stomach was in knots. I could see on the map that we were nowhere near where we were supposed to be. I cleared my throat and spoke up, trying to sound calm and casual. I pointed out that the app was showing a different route and that it looked like we'd missed a turn. Alan didn't respond right away. When he finally did, his tone was flat, almost mechanical. He said something about the app glitching and that he needed to recheck the GPS. That's when the car slowed and came to a stop on a desolate stretch of road. The area was surrounded by trees and empty lots, with no streetlights or signs of life. My heart started pounding in my chest. Alan stared at his phone, tapping the screen as if he were trying to fix something. My instincts were screaming at me that something wasn't right. I sat frozen for a moment, weighing my options. I reached for my phone and opened the messaging app, quickly texting my best friend, Chloe. I sent her my location and a short message, in a rideshare. "Feeling weird. Call me if I don't text back in 5. My hands were shaking as I typed, but I tried to stay calm. I needed to do something, anything, to make Alan believe someone was waiting for me or tracking my location. Pretending to make a call felt like my best bet. I raised the phone to my ear and spoke loudly, saying something about being close to a police station and how I'd be there in a few minutes. I wasn't sure if Alan believed me, but I saw a shift in his body language. His shoulders stiffened, and he glanced at me in the rearview mirror. Without saying a word, he put the car back into drive and pulled away from the deserted road. The rest of the ride was tense. Alan followed the GPS this time, taking the proper route back toward Echo Park. Neither of us spoke. I kept my phone in my hand the entire time, my thumb hovering over the emergency call button just in case. When we finally reached my apartment, I jumped out of the car the second it came to a stop. I didn't wait for him to say anything. I didn't even close the door properly. I just ran inside, locked the door behind me, and collapsed onto the couch. My hands were still trembling, and my heart felt like it might beat out of my chest. The next morning, after barely sleeping, I opened the rideshare app to report the incident. I felt strongly that this wasn't just a misunderstanding. I wanted to make sure the company knew what had happened, and more importantly, I wanted to ensure Alan wouldn't do this to someone else. But when I went to my trip history, the ride wasn't there. My last logged trip was from a week earlier. Confused, I double-checked the details. No record of the black sedan. No driver named Alan. Nothing. I called customer service, explaining everything in detail. The representative was polite, but seemed as baffled as I was. They assured me they would investigate, but after a long pause, they told me they couldn't find any record of the trip in their system. "Are you sure you used our app?" they asked. Of course, I was sure. I double-checked the license plate before getting in the car. I'd seen Alan's name and profile picture, yet it was as if the entire ride had never happened. I even checked my bank account to see if I'd been charged for the trip, but there was nothing there. No payment, no pending transaction, nothing to prove I'd ever been in that car. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was Alan an unregistered driver? A scammer posing as part of the rideshare service? Maybe. But then why did the car match the app's details? Why did the app show the trip while I was in the car, only for it to disappear afterward? I've gone over it in my head 100 times, trying to find a logical explanation. But the memory of that dark road and Alan's unsettling silence makes it hard to dismiss. Since that night, I've never taken a rideshare alone, especially late at night. Whatever happened, it shook me to my core. And while I'll never know the full story, one thing is certain: I'll always trust my gut. It happened a couple of years ago, but even now, I get chills when I think about it. It was one of those nights where everything seemed perfect until it wasn't. My best friend Amanda had just gotten a big promotion at work, and a group of us decided to celebrate. We hit this lively club downtown, a place that was trendy enough to draw a decent crowd, but not so packed that you couldn't breathe. It was one of those nights filled with laughter, dancing, and maybe one too many cocktails. By the end of the night, I was completely exhausted. Amanda and the rest of the group were still in high spirits, but I could feel my energy draining. I'm not much of a night owl. I like my social outings in moderation, and I've always been the kind of person who enjoys quiet evenings more than loud parties. I didn't want to kill the vibe, so I decided to call it a night and let them keep the celebration going without me. It was around 1 a.m. when I stepped out of the club into the cool night air. The streets were still lively, but you could feel the shift: fewer people, quieter conversations, and the occasional sound of a car passing by. I pulled out my phone and opened the rideshare app. It was something I did without thinking, really. A quick tap here, a confirmation there, and the app showed that a car would arrive in about 3 minutes. The details were all there on the screen: a silver Toyota Camry, driven by someone named Greg. His profile picture showed a middle-aged man with a kind face and glasses, the kind of person who might work as a librarian or a school teacher. The app reassured me with its familiar format, and I felt no reason to double-check anything. When the silver Camry pulled up to the curb, I didn't think twice. It matched the car description perfectly. The driver rolled down the passenger side window and called my name, asking if I was Emily. I nodded and approached the car, opening the back door and sliding into the seat. At first, nothing seemed overtly wrong, but there was a slight unease that I couldn't quite place. The interior smelled faintly of cigarettes, which was unusual. Most rideshare drivers I'd encountered had immaculate cars that smelled like air fresheners. Still, I brushed it off. Maybe Greg had a long shift, or maybe it wasn't even him who smoked. It could have been a previous passenger. The real discomfort started when I noticed the driver wasn't confirming anything. Normally, a driver would ask something like, heading to 123 Main Street, or at least say hello. But this man said nothing. He just stared straight ahead, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. I tried to break the silence, thinking it might make me feel less awkward. I asked if he'd been driving all night, but his response was curt and muttered. He didn't look at me through the rearview mirror, and his body language felt closed off. That's when my unease shifted into something sharper, something closer to fear. I pulled out my phone under the guise of checking my messages, but I went straight to the rideshare app instead. My stomach dropped when I saw the details on the screen again. The license plate didn't match. I froze for a moment, my mind racing. The man driving didn't look anything like Greg, the smiling, friendly figure in the app. His face was partially obscured by the dim lighting inside the car, but it was clear he was younger, rougher around the edges. I felt my breath quicken as I tried to process what was happening. I told myself to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I reached for the door handle, trying to open it casually, but it didn't budge. My heart sank when I heard the audible click of the lock. In that moment, a wave of dread washed over me. I was trapped in a car with a stranger who wasn't supposed to be driving me. My mind started racing, trying to think of what I could do. I didn't want to let on that I was panicking, so I forced myself to stay as composed as possible. I pretended to scroll through my phone, as if I were just distracted. That's when an idea came to me. I opened the phone's dialer, put it on the lock screen, and pretended to answer a call. In my head, I knew I had to make it sound believable. Speaking into the phone, I greeted an imaginary caller. I made my voice light and casual, like I wasn't sitting in the back of a stranger's locked car. I started talking about how I had just gotten into the car and how thankful I was that my brother was tracking my location. I even mentioned the make and model of the car, as though the person on the other end was confirming it. I could feel the driver's tension shift. He glanced at me through the rearview mirror, and I saw a flicker of unease in his expression. I kept going, raising my voice just enough to sound confident. I threw in a line about the police being notified if I didn't arrive home on time, hoping it would spook him further. The car came to a sudden stop. My body jerked forward slightly, but I didn't care. All I could think about was getting out. Without saying a word, the man unlocked the doors. I didn't wait for an explanation or an apology. I grabbed my bag, shoved the door open, and practically leapt out onto the sidewalk. My legs felt shaky, but I forced myself to move, putting as much distance between me and the car as possible. I didn't stop walking until I reached a well-lit intersection with people around. Only then did I let myself breathe. My hands were trembling so much that it took me a few tries to call Amanda. When I finally got through, I told her everything. She begged me to call the police, and I knew she was right. The officers who took my statement were kind but serious. They told me I'd done the right thing by trusting my instincts and getting out of the car. What they said next chilled me to the core. There had been several reports recently of fake rideshare drivers in the area. The car I described matched one that had been involved in other suspicious incidents, and they were investigating it further. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything in my head, wondering what might have happened if I hadn't noticed the mismatched license plate or thought to fake that phone call. It was one of those moments that forces you to confront how quickly things can go wrong and how important it is to trust your gut. Since then, I've changed how I approach rideshares. I triple-check the license plate and the driver's photo before getting into any car. I share my trip details with someone I trust, and I never let my guard down, no matter how tired or distracted I might be. Looking back, I still get a little shaken when I think about how close I came to a potentially dangerous situation. But I'm also grateful for my instincts, for the fake call that scared him off, and for the reminder that it's always better to be overly cautious than to regret ignoring that nagging feeling in your gut. When I think back to that time, a cold, gnawing sensation rises in my chest. It happened years ago during my senior year of college, and though I've moved on in so many ways, I can still feel the echoes of that night. Back then, I was so excited to move into my very first apartment. It was a little one-bedroom unit on the top floor of a charming but aging brick building, just a short walk from campus. For me, it was a huge step toward independence. No roommates, no shared bathroom or kitchen. I could decorate the way I wanted and live by my own rules. The place wasn't perfect, it was old, and you could feel it. The wooden floors creaked no matter how carefully you walked. The walls were thin enough to hear muffled conversations from the neighbors, and the stairwell had a faint, musty smell. But it was affordable, it had big windows that let in lots of light, and it felt like home, at least at first. The first few weeks were uneventful, just the usual chaos of settling in. I was juggling a heavy class schedule, a part-time job, and late-night study sessions, so I wasn't home much during the day. I'd leave early in the morning, and often wouldn't return until after dark, usually too tired to do more than heat up some ramen and crash on the couch. But then little things started to happen. At first, they were so minor that I didn't give them much thought. I'd come home and find my keys in a different spot than I remembered leaving them. Sometimes I'd notice that a bag of chips I'd barely touched the day before was suddenly empty. Once, my favorite hoodie went missing for a few days, only to reappear, neatly folded on the back of my chair. I brushed it all off as stress or forgetfulness. After all, I was living alone for the first time, and I had a lot on my plate. Maybe I was misplacing things without realizing it. Maybe I was eating snacks late at night and forgetting about it. It was easier to believe that than to consider any other explanation. Still, there was a part of me that felt uneasy. I remember telling myself I was just being silly, that I needed to relax. But that feeling, that quiet, nagging sensation that something wasn't right, stayed with me, even though I tried my best to ignore it. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise that stopped me in my tracks. It was this faint, rhythmic creaking sound like footsteps. At first, I thought it was coming from upstairs. The building was old, and the floors weren't exactly soundproof. I'd gotten used to hearing my neighbors moving around or dragging furniture late at night. But the more I listened, the more I realized something didn't add up. I lived on the top floor. There was no one above me. I froze, my ears straining to make sense of the sound. It seemed to be coming from my bedroom, and it wasn't just random creaks. It was deliberate, like someone shifting their weight slowly from one foot to the other. My heart started pounding as I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe it was the pipes, or the wind, or some other harmless explanation. But then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of breathing. I can't even describe the wave of fear that washed over me in that moment. It was like every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to get out of there. My legs felt like lead, and my hands started shaking as I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a kitchen knife I'd left in the dish rack. I backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound, and locked myself in the bathroom. My thoughts were racing. Was someone in my apartment? How did they get in? Had they been here the whole time? I called the police, my voice barely above a whisper as I explained the situation. The dispatcher told me to stay where I was and keep the door locked until officers arrived. I sat on the bathroom floor, clutching the knife so tightly my hand ached. Every tiny sound outside made my heart race. I kept thinking about all the times I'd ignored those little signs. How many nights had I slept in that apartment while someone else was there, watching me? It felt like an eternity before I heard the knock at the door and the loud, reassuring voices of the police. I unlocked the bathroom door and stepped out, still clutching the knife, as they entered the apartment. They told me to stay put while they searched the place. I stood frozen in the living room, listening to their footsteps as they moved through each room. When they opened the closet in my bedroom, I heard one of them shout, "Hands up! Don't move!" My blood ran cold. They found him hiding in the back of the closet, behind a row of my hanging clothes. He was a man, probably in his late 30s, dirty and disheveled, with a gaunt face and wild eyes. He didn't resist as they cuffed him and led him out of the apartment, but the sight of him chilled me to my core. After he was gone, one of the officers sat down with me and explained what they'd found. The man had been living in my closet for at least a couple of weeks. He'd gotten in through the fire escape and had been sneaking around the apartment when I wasn't home. They found a small pile of blankets and clothes in the back of the closet, along with some of the things I thought I'd lost, snacks, my hoodie, even a notebook I'd been looking for. I felt sick. The idea that someone had been in my space, watching me, moving around while I was sleeping or at school, was almost too much to process. The officer told me the man had a criminal record for burglary and trespassing, and that I was lucky he hadn't tried to hurt me. I didn't go back to that apartment. I couldn't. I stayed with a friend for a few nights while I figured out my next steps. Eventually, I broke my lease and moved into a new place, a smaller, more secure unit with better locks and no easy access points. It took me a long time to feel safe again. For months, I jumped at every little noise and double-checked every lock before going to bed. I installed security cameras and made sure I always had my phone within arm's reach. Even now, years later, I still find myself checking closets whenever I enter a new space. Looking back, I think the most unsettling part of the whole experience was how easily I ignored the signs. I wanted so badly to believe that I was imagining things, that nothing was wrong, that I was safe. But I wasn't. If there's one thing I've learned, it's to trust my instincts. Even when it feels silly, even when you can't explain why something feels off, it's always better to be cautious. Jake and I had always enjoyed our quiet nights at home. After long days at work, we found comfort in simple routines, making dinner together, watching old movies, and cuddling up on the couch with our dog Max. Our neighborhood was peaceful, the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and unexpected visitors were rare, especially late at night. That's why, when the doorbell rang close to midnight that one evening, it felt so out of place that it sent a chill down my spine. At first, I thought I had imagined it. The sound was so abrupt, cutting through the soft murmur of the television and Max's gentle snoring from his bed by the fireplace. Jake paused the movie, looking at me with a puzzled expression. We weren't expecting anyone, and all our friends and family knew better than to show up unannounced at that hour. The second ring came almost immediately after, confirming that it wasn't just my imagination. My heart started to race. Jake stood up and walked to the door, peeking through the peephole cautiously. I could see his posture stiffen, his fingers tightening around the doorknob as he hesitated. When he stepped back slightly, his expression had changed from confusion to concern. There was a woman standing outside, illuminated by the soft yellow glow of our porch light. Her hair was a mess, and she looked visibly distressed, tears streaming down her face, breathing heavily like she had been running. Even through the thick door, I could hear her voice, muffled but desperate, pleading for help. She said someone was following her, and she needed to use our phone. Something in my gut told me not to open the door. Maybe it was the way she kept glancing over her shoulder, or how her knocks became more frantic but never forceful, as if she was careful not to make too much noise. It didn't feel right. Jake turned to me, uncertainty in his eyes. There was a natural instinct to want to help someone in distress, but something about the situation made my skin crawl. The fact that she was alone, that she had chosen our house, and that she didn't seem to be calling out to anyone else in the neighborhood made it feel off. Instead of opening the door, Jake grabbed his phone and dialed 911. He explained the situation in a hushed voice, telling the dispatcher that a woman was outside our home, claiming to be in trouble, but something didn't seem right. As he spoke, I slowly peeked out of the living room window, careful not to move the curtain too much. That's when I saw them, two shadowy figures crouched low in the bushes at the edge of our front yard. My breath caught in my throat, and I stumbled back from the window, whispering to Jake that we weren't alone. The woman wasn't just a stranger in need, she was bait. The dispatcher reassured us that officers were on their way and urged us to stay inside, keep all doors locked, and avoid engaging with the woman outside. I remember standing frozen in the living room, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure she could hear it through the door. Jake and I exchanged anxious glances, both of us now fully aware of the danger we had narrowly avoided. The woman outside continued to knock lightly, calling out softly, insisting she needed help, but we didn't respond. Minutes passed like hours. I could hear my pulse thumping in my ears, and every small creak in the house made me jump. The sirens in the distance finally broke the eerie tension, their wailing growing louder as they approached. As soon as the woman heard them, she stopped knocking. I peeked through the blinds again and saw her darting off into the darkness, disappearing down the street. Moments later, the police arrived, their headlights washing over our house, and Jake quickly let them inside. The officers did a sweep of our yard and found fresh footprints leading from the bushes to our front porch, confirming what I had seen earlier. One of our neighbors had a security camera pointed at the street, and when the police reviewed the footage, it showed the woman approaching our house first, acting distraught, while two men lurked in the shadows, waiting for their opportunity. It was clear that their plan had been to rush in the moment we opened the door. One of the officers, an older man with a kind but serious expression, told us that these kinds of incidents had been happening more frequently in nearby neighborhoods. They used someone who appeared vulnerable, usually a woman, to gain trust and lower people's defenses. It was a tactic designed to exploit kindness and create urgency. Once inside, the intruders could do anything from robbing the place to something far worse. Hearing this made my stomach churn. The thought that I had even considered opening the door, even for a second, made me feel sick. Jake and I were shaken, but grateful we had trusted our instincts. The officers stayed for a while, taking our statements and advising us on how to improve our home security. They recommended installing security cameras, motion sensor lights, and being cautious about any unexpected visitors in the future. After they left, we sat in silence for a long time. The house felt different now, less like the safe haven it had always been, and more like a place that had nearly been violated. I couldn't shake the image of that woman's face from my mind. How convincing she had been, how helpless she had seemed. If it weren't for the gut feeling, for that tiny voice in the back of my head telling me something wasn't right, we might have let her in. That night, neither of us could sleep. Every little noise made me jump, and even Max seemed restless, his ears perking up at every sound. We double-checked all the locks, pulled the curtains tight, and left the lights on in the hallway. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying everything in my head, the knocks, the voice, the figures in the bushes. What if we hadn't noticed them? What if we had opened the door just a crack? The what-ifs haunted me. The next morning, Jake and I went out and bought a security system. We installed cameras around the house, set up motion-activated lights in the yard, and talked about other ways we could improve our safety. It felt strange, almost paranoid, but after what had happened, we realized it was better to be cautious than regretful. In the weeks that followed, I found myself becoming hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every time the doorbell rang unexpectedly, my heart would race. I'd check the peephole, then the cameras, and even then I hesitated before opening the door. I started noticing small things I had never paid attention to before. Cars idling outside a little too long, unfamiliar faces walking down our street, the way shadows moved under the streetlights. Jake and I also talked to our neighbors about what happened. Some of them had heard about similar incidents, but never thought it could happen so close to home. We all agreed to look out for each other, to report anything suspicious, and to remind our families not to open the door for strangers, no matter how convincing they seemed. Looking back, that night changed me. It made me realize how easily our sense of security can be shattered and how quickly danger can come knocking, literally. I still think about that woman sometimes, wondering who she was, if she had done this before, and what might have happened if someone else had opened their door to her. But the scariest thing of all, it felt so real, so convincing, and it almost worked. It was a few years ago, but the memory of that night is still vivid, etched into my mind like it happened yesterday. I had spent the weekend visiting my parents in the countryside, something I didn't do nearly often enough. The long, quiet drive back to the city had always been my time to unwind and think. I enjoyed the solitude, the calmness of the open road at night. It was late when I finally said goodbye and set out, later than I had planned, but I wasn't worried. I had made this drive dozens of times before. The night was moonless, the highway stretching out in front of me like a black ribbon, illuminated only by my headlights. The soft hum of my engine and my favorite playlist kept me company as I drove. After a while, the glow of the city lights faded behind me, and I was surrounded by empty fields and dense woods on either side of the road. About halfway through the trip, I glanced down at the dashboard and noticed the gas gauge was dangerously close to empty. I hadn't thought to fill up before leaving, assuming I'd make it to the city without any trouble. Now I was regretting that decision. I scanned the dark road ahead for any signs of life, and after what felt like forever, I spotted a flickering neon sign in the distance. It read Bill's Gas and Mart, the kind of place you'd only stop at because you had no other choice. The station was old and run down, with cracked pavement and a single pump under a flickering overhead light. I pulled in and parked by the pump, the gravel crunching loudly beneath my tires. The place was eerily quiet, the only sounds the faint buzz of the neon sign and the distant hum of insects. I stepped out of the car, stretching my legs after hours behind the wheel. The night air was cool, almost refreshing. As I reached for my wallet, the gas station attendant stepped out of the small booth near the pump. He was an older man, wiry and thin, with a grizzled face and tired eyes. His uniform was stained and looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. I gave him a polite smile and handed him my card through the half-open window, telling him to fill it up. He nodded but didn't say a word. As he worked, I noticed his eyes kept shifting between me and my car, specifically the back seat. At first, I didn't think much of it, chalking it up to harmless curiosity. But the way his gaze lingered made me uneasy. I glanced over my shoulder at the back seat, but everything looked normal. My gym bag was there, along with a jacket I had tossed in earlier. Still, something about his behavior stuck with me. When he finished, he handed me my card and muttered, "Drive safe." His tone was strange, almost hesitant, like there was something he wanted to say but didn't. I thanked him, got back in the car, and drove off, relieved to be leaving the creepy gas station behind. As I merged back onto the highway, the uneasiness from the gas station began to fade. The road ahead was empty, and the rhythmic sound of my tires on the pavement helped calm my nerves. A few miles later, I noticed a large truck parked on the side of the highway. Its lights were off, and it was barely visible in the darkness. I passed the truck without giving it much thought, but then in my rearview mirror, I saw its headlights flicker on. It pulled onto the road behind me, keeping a steady distance at first. At first, I didn't think anything of it. It was a highway, after all, and trucks were a common sight. But as the minutes passed, the truck began to act strangely. It sped up, closing the gap between us, and then suddenly fell back, only to catch up again. Sometimes it would flash its high beams, flooding my car with blinding light. I tried to stay calm, convincing myself that the driver was probably just impatient or messing around. But then the truck swerved into the opposite lane, pulled up alongside me, and flashed its lights again. My heart started racing as I realized this wasn't normal behavior. I pressed down on the accelerator, hoping to put some distance between us, but the truck stayed right behind me. No matter how fast I went, it matched my speed. The driver started tailgating me so closely that I could barely see anything in my rearview mirror, except for the massive grille of the truck. Panic began to set in. I didn't know what this person wanted or why they were following me. My mind raced through every scenario, none of them good. Pulling over on the side of the road wasn't an option. The area was too dark and isolated. Just when I thought I was out of options, I saw the glow of a truck stop up ahead. It was the first well-lit place I had seen in miles. Without hesitation, I turned sharply into the parking lot and pulled into a spot near the entrance. My hands were trembling as I threw the car into park and turned off the engine. The truck followed me into the lot and came to a screeching halt right behind me. I sat frozen in my seat, unsure of what to do next. Before I could react, the driver jumped out and started running toward my car. I couldn't make out his face clearly in the dim light, but he looked frantic, waving his arms and shouting something. My first instinct was to lock the doors and stay inside, but I couldn't move. My heart was pounding so loudly I could barely hear him. Then his words registered, "There's someone in your back seat." The blood drained from my face as I turned slowly to look. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I noticed a shadow, a figure crouched low, trying to stay hidden. Before I could process what was happening, the back door flew open, and a man in a dark hoodie bolted out of my car. He ran across the parking lot and disappeared into the woods surrounding the truck stop. I sat there, shaking, unable to move. The truck driver ran after him, but stopped at the edge of the woods. A few moments later, the truck stop's security guard arrived, and they called the police. When the officers arrived, they took my statement and searched the area, but the man was gone. The truck driver explained that he had been parked at the gas station earlier and saw the man sneak into my car while I was distracted. He had followed me to try to warn me, but I hadn't realized what was happening. I spent the rest of the night at a nearby motel, too shaken to continue my drive. I double-checked the locks on the door and windows before finally collapsing onto the bed. That night taught me a lesson I'll never forget. To this day, I always check my back seat before getting into my car, no matter how safe the area feels. I also learned that sometimes strangers go out of their way to help, even when it's risky for them. The truck driver didn't have to follow me or warn me, but he did. And because of him, I made it home safely. Sometimes I think about what could have happened if he hadn't been there. It's a thought that still makes my stomach churn. It was a night like any other, or so I thought at first. I had been trucking for over 20 years, crisscrossing the country, hauling everything from produce to machinery. That night, I was driving through a desolate stretch of Arizona, one of those long, empty roads where the only company you have are the stars and the occasional tumbleweed. The desert at night has a kind of beauty, but also a stillness that can get under your skin if you're not used to it. I remember feeling a bit more tired than usual. The road stretched out endlessly ahead, and the hum of the tires on the asphalt was almost hypnotic. I decided I needed a break, so I pulled into a small, run-down gas station that seemed to appear out of nowhere, its flickering neon sign casting eerie shadows on the cracked pavement. The place looked like it hadn't seen a good day in years. The pumps were old, and the store itself was little more than a shack. I went inside, filled my thermos with some of the blackest coffee I've ever tasted, and paid the half-asleep attendant. He barely looked up from his magazine as I handed over a few crumpled bills. As I stepped back out into the cool desert air, I saw her. She was standing near the edge of the building, half hidden in the shadows. At first, I thought she was just another traveler, maybe waiting for someone, but then I noticed how she kept glancing over her shoulder, her body tense like a coiled spring. Her clothes were dusty, and her hair was disheveled, but what struck me most was the look in her eyes, wide, frightened, and constantly scanning the darkness around her. She saw me and hesitated for a moment before approaching. Her voice was low, almost a whisper, but there was an urgency in it that I couldn't ignore. She told me her car had broken down, and that someone was following her. She asked if I could give her a ride to the next town. Normally, I wouldn't pick up hitchhikers. It's just not something you do, especially out here in the middle of nowhere. But something about her plea, the sheer desperation in her voice, made me pause. I agreed, though I made it clear I'd only take her as far as the next town. She climbed into the cab quickly, her eyes never stopping their restless search of the surroundings. As we pulled back onto the road, I tried to get her to talk, to maybe ease the tension a bit. I asked her what happened to her car, but she didn't answer right away. Instead, she just stared out the window, her hands gripping her seat tightly. Finally, she muttered that it didn't matter, that she just needed to get away. That answer, or lack of one, didn't sit well with me, but I figured maybe she was just too shaken up to talk. We drove in silence for a while, the road stretching out ahead of us, the desert vast and quiet around us. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I glanced at her a few times, but she just kept staring ahead, her face pale and tense. Suddenly, she stiffened, her eyes locked on the side mirror. She told me to pull over, her voice filled with panic. I looked in the mirror and saw a pair of headlights coming up fast behind us, swerving erratically. My gut twisted with unease. This wasn't just a random car. She urged me not to let them catch us, her voice rising in fear. Without another word, I floored the gas, pushing the truck harder than I should have on that stretch of road. The car behind us kept getting closer, its headlights glaring in the mirrors, making my heart pound in my chest. Up ahead, I spotted a narrow dirt path veering off the main road. It wasn't much, but it was our only chance. I yanked the wheel hard, the truck lurching as it hit the rough terrain. The car behind us overshot the turn, skidding on the road before disappearing into the night. We didn't stop until we were well away from the main road, the truck bouncing over the uneven ground. When I finally pulled over and cut the engine, the silence was deafening. Both of us sat there, catching our breath, the tension in the cab almost palpable. I asked her what was going on, who those people were. That's when she finally opened up. She told me she had escaped from a group of human traffickers. They had been using her to lure drivers, especially truckers like me, into traps where they'd be robbed or worse. She couldn't do it anymore, so she ran, and they had been chasing her ever since. Her story sent a chill down my spine. I'd heard warnings about things like this, but to be in the middle of it was something else entirely. She told me we couldn't stop in any towns because they'd be looking for her there. We needed to keep moving, stay off the main roads. I agreed. There was no way I was going to leave her alone after hearing what she'd been through. We plotted a route that would keep us off the radar, sticking to back roads and avoiding populated areas. It wasn't easy, and every shadow seemed like a potential threat, but we kept moving. As the night wore on, we started to talk a bit more. She told me a little about her life before all this, how she had fallen into their trap, and how she had finally found the courage to escape. Her strength amazed me. Despite everything, she was determined to survive, to fight back against the darkness that had tried to consume her. By dawn, we reached a secluded spot where a friend of mine had a safe place we could lay low. I contacted the authorities and told them what had happened. They promised to keep her safe and get her the help she needed. I left her in their care, knowing that her journey was far from over, but at least she had a chance now. As I got back on the road, I couldn't stop thinking about her, about how close I had come to being another victim, and how easily I could have ignored her plea for help. That night changed me. It made me realize that sometimes it's the unexpected encounters that leave the deepest marks. And while the road can be a lonely place, it's also a place where you can find connection, even in the most unlikely of circumstances. It was a few years ago when my friends and I decided we needed a break from our hectic city lives. The idea of a weekend getaway to an isolated cabin sounded perfect. I remember how excited we all were, each of us juggling demanding jobs and feeling the weight of the city pressing down on us. Emily was a marketing executive, constantly chasing deadlines. Jake was a software developer, always glued to his screens. Sarah was a nurse, pulling long shifts at the hospital. Ben, an architect, had just finished a major project, and I was dealing with the stresses of running my own small business. We all needed this. The drive to the cabin was beautiful. The autumn leaves painted the landscape in hues of orange, red, and yellow, and the air was crisp and refreshing. As we wound our way through the forest, the city seemed like a distant memory. By the time we reached the cabin, the sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over everything. The cabin itself was charming, exactly what we had hoped for. It had a rustic feel, but was equipped with all the comforts we could ask for. There was a large stone fireplace, cozy furniture, and big windows that framed the surrounding woods. We spent the first evening settling in, unpacking, and enjoying the serenity of the place. I remember how relaxed we all felt, sitting around the fireplace, laughing and sharing stories. The cabin seemed like a perfect escape. The bedrooms were cozy, each with its own unique charm. I chose the one at the end of the hall because it had a stunning view of the forest. As I unpacked my things, I noticed an old closet in the room. It looked different from the rest of the cabin's furniture, older, worn, and slightly out of place. There was a small sign taped to it that read "Off Limits." I remember thinking it was odd, but I didn't give it much thought. Maybe it was just used for storage, or perhaps the owners wanted to keep something private. It didn't seem important at the time. That first night, we all slept soundly. The quiet of the woods was a welcome change from the constant noise of the city. The only sounds were the occasional hoot of an owl and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Looking back, it felt like the calm before a storm. On the second night, everything changed. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a strange noise. At first, I thought it was the wind, but as I listened more closely, I realized it was something else. It was a dragging sound, like something heavy being moved across the floor. It wasn't coming from outside, it was inside the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to hear where it was coming from. The sound seemed to be coming from the hallway, near my room. I wasn't the only one who heard it. Jake and Ben, both light sleepers, were already awake when I stepped out of my room. They looked as puzzled as I felt. We stood there in the hallway, listening intently. The sound was faint but persistent. It seemed to be coming from the closet in my room. We gathered in the living room, trying to make sense of it. Sarah and Emily joined us, their faces filled with concern. We whispered about what it could be, our imaginations running wild. Sarah, being the bravest among us, decided to check it out. She grabbed a flashlight, and I followed her back to my room. The noise had stopped by the time we got there, but the atmosphere was tense. She shone the flashlight on the closet door, and we both froze. There were fresh scratches around the edges, faint but unmistakable. The realization that something, or someone, had been trying to get in or out was deeply unsettling. We debated what to do next. None of us wanted to stay in the cabin any longer, but curiosity got the better of us. Jake found a crowbar in the kitchen, and together, we pried the door open. It creaked, revealing a dark staircase descending into the unknown. The air was thick and damp, carrying a metallic scent that made my stomach churn. I felt a deep sense of unease as we descended the stairs, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. At the bottom of the stairs was a small, soundproofed room. The walls were lined with heavy insulation, and there were restraints bolted to the floor and walls. An old wooden chair sat in the center, its armrests worn smooth. The sight was deeply disturbing. The room was eerily silent, the kind of silence that felt oppressive. We stood there, trying to process what we were seeing. This wasn't just an old storage room. It was something much darker. The atmosphere was suffocating, and we knew we couldn't stay there. We hurried back up the stairs, sealing the door behind us. The sense of relief was overwhelming, but it was overshadowed by fear and confusion. We quickly packed our belongings, not wanting to spend another minute in that cabin. By dawn, we were back on the road, leaving the cabin and its dark secrets behind. Once we were safely back in the city, we reported everything to the local police. The investigation that followed revealed a chilling truth. The cabin had once belonged to a fugitive human trafficker who had disappeared without a trace years ago. The soundproofed room had been used as a private holding cell for his victims. The news was a punch to the gut. It was hard to believe we had been so close to something so horrific. That weekend left a lasting impact on all of us. It brought us closer together, but it also served as a stark reminder of how fragile and unpredictable life can be. We had gone looking for peace and solitude, but we found something far darker. It's a story we still talk about, not just because of the fear we felt, but because it reminded us of the importance of being vigilant and aware of our surroundings. Life has a way of throwing unexpected challenges our way, and sometimes those challenges come in the form of a seemingly innocent getaway. Jessica and I had always dreamed of owning an old house with character. one of those Victorian-era beauties that seemed plucked from a storybook. We found our chance in a small Illinois town, where the price of homes was far more affordable than in the city. The house we purchased was a little weathered but still gorgeous, with intricate woodwork, stained glass windows, and a sprawling attic. It was exactly the kind of project we'd been looking for. The first few days in the house were a mix of excitement and exhaustion. Jessica spent her time planning renovations and envisioning what each room could become, while I focused on unpacking and figuring out what repairs needed immediate attention. The house had its quirks, creaky floors, drafty windows, but that was part of its charm. It wasn't long before we decided to explore the attic. From the moment we stepped inside, the space felt different. Dust covered nearly every surface, and the air was thick and musty, carrying a faint scent of something metallic. Old trunks and furniture were scattered around, as if the previous owners had simply abandoned them. But what caught my attention was a section of the wall near the far corner. Unlike the rest of the attic, which was paneled in aged wood, this part of the wall was boarded up with newer planks. They looked out of place, hastily nailed in, as if someone wanted to seal something away. I remember feeling a mix of curiosity and apprehension. There was no reason for a wall to be boarded up like that in a house's attic. Using a crowbar, I pried the boards off one by one. The sound of nails squealing against the wood echoed in the otherwise silent attic. Behind the boards was a small, windowless room, no bigger than a closet. The space was eerily barren except for a wooden chair and a dusty desk. On the desk sat a locked metal box, tarnished with age. The sight of that box filled me with an inexplicable unease. It was just an object, but it felt heavy in a way that had nothing to do with its physical weight. Still, curiosity got the better of me. I carried it downstairs to the kitchen, where Jessica and I opened it together. The lock was old and fragile, and a screwdriver was enough to pop it open. Inside the box, we found a stack of Polaroid photos. At first, they seemed harmless. A few were old pictures of the house, taken decades ago. Faded snapshots of the living room, the staircase, and the backyard. But as we flipped through them, the images became unsettling. The photos depicted people tied to chairs, their faces obscured by shadows or turned away from the camera. The ropes around their wrists and ankles were tied tightly, and the angles of the shots felt deliberate, as if the photographer wanted to emphasize their helplessness. One photo in particular made my blood run cold. The background was unmistakably the basement of our house. The same bare concrete walls, the same low ceiling. Jessica and I stared at it in silence, a growing sense of dread settling over us. We decided to go down to the basement to investigate, though every step felt heavier than the last. The basement had always been a little creepy. It was cold and dimly lit, with a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but as we examined the walls more closely, we noticed faint scratch marks etched into the concrete. They weren't deep, but they were there, a chaotic tangle of lines that didn't look like they had been made by tools or machinery. I ran my fingers over them and couldn't shake the feeling that they were made by human hands. Jessica suggested they might just be old marks from something stored down there, but her voice wavered as she spoke. Neither of us believed that explanation. That night, we tried to push the discovery out of our minds. We told ourselves it was just an old house with a strange history, and that there was no reason to be scared. But sleep didn't come easily. The house felt different now, as if we disturbed something by uncovering that hidden room. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of faint creaking. At first, I thought it was just the house settling. It was old, after all, and prone to strange noises. But the creaking didn't stop. It moved slow and deliberate, from one end of the attic to the other. The next morning, I convinced myself it was nothing, though Jessica admitted she'd been awake too, listening to the sounds above us. We tried to put it out of our minds, focusing instead on getting a contractor out to assess the attic and the boarded-up wall. When the contractor arrived, he spent some time examining the attic and making notes about repairs. Then, almost as an afterthought, he mentioned something that stopped me cold. He pointed to a trail of footprints in the dust, fresh ones, leading to and from the boarded-up wall. "You've been walking around up here recently?" he asked casually. Jessica and I exchanged a look. Neither of us had been in the attic since we uncovered the hidden room. The contractor shrugged, as if it was no big deal, but the thought of someone else being in the attic, unseen, was enough to make my skin crawl. That night, Jessica and I double-checked every lock in the house. We told ourselves we were just being cautious, but deep down, I think we both knew something was wrong. The next morning, we found something on the living room floor that sent us packing. A single Polaroid photo, sitting in the middle of the rug. It was crisp and new, unlike the ones we'd found in the metal box. The image showed Jessica and me, asleep in our bed. We left the house that day, taking only what we could carry in a hurry. I called the police, who conducted a thorough search of the property, but found no one there. They did, however, discover more Polaroids hidden in the walls of the basement. Dozens of them, all showing different people tied to chairs. The official explanation was that someone had likely been using the house for illegal activity before we moved in. Maybe they'd been living there without the previous owner knowing, and the photos were evidence of some kind of crime. But even with that explanation, so many questions remained unanswered. Jessica and I didn't wait to find out more. We sold the house at a loss and moved back to the city. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that whatever was in that house wasn't finished with us. And though I try not to dwell on it, there are nights when I wake up, certain I've heard creaking footsteps, even in our new home. The third week of my solo road trip across the country had been everything I hoped it would be. Long stretches of open road, breathtaking landscapes, and the kind of solitude that allows for deep reflection. I had been planning this journey for years, mapping out routes, marking must-see spots, and saving up vacation days. The allure of discovering new places on my own terms was irresistible. I loved the freedom, the quiet, and the opportunity to experience the world without the distractions of everyday life. After a particularly grueling day of driving through endless miles of highway, fatigue began to set in. My shoulders ached from gripping the wheel, my back stiff from sitting for hours on end. The sky had shifted from a brilliant blue to the muted tones of dusk, signaling it was time to find a place to rest. I spotted a mid-range hotel just off the interstate, its brightly lit sign a beacon of relief. It was nothing fancy, but it looked clean and inviting enough, a place to recharge before hitting the road again in the morning. The lobby was quiet, almost eerily so. The receptionist barely glanced up from her phone as I approached the desk. With a detached efficiency, she handed me my key card and mumbled something that resembled, "Enjoy your stay." It wasn't the warmest welcome, but I was too tired to care. I just wanted a shower and a bed. The hallway leading to my room was dimly lit, the faint hum of fluorescent lights creating an ambient buzz. My footsteps echoed softly against the carpeted floor as I made my way to the room. As I slid the key card into the lock, a subtle unease crept over me, a feeling I couldn't quite place. But I brushed it off as nothing more than exhaustion and stepped inside. The room was standard, a queen-sized bed with crisp white sheets, a modest desk, and a small TV mounted on the wall. The air conditioner hummed quietly, offering a welcome reprieve from the summer heat. I dropped my suitcase by the door, locked the door securely, and added an extra layer of protection by wedging a chair under the handle. It was a small, perhaps overly cautious, precaution that had become second nature to me after years of traveling alone. After a quick shower, I slipped into my pajamas and climbed into bed. The mattress was firm but comfortable, and the pillows cradled my head just right. Within moments, I drifted off to sleep, the fatigue of the day melting away as I succumbed to the soothing rhythm of the air conditioner. It must have been around 2 a.m. when I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me from my slumber. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of the alarm clock on the nightstand. My senses were still dulled by sleep, but then I heard it, a faint clicking sound coming from the door. I lay still, trying to make sense of the noise. Maybe it was just someone trying to get into the wrong room. It happens all the time in hotels, right? People get confused, especially late at night. But the sound continued, more deliberate now. The unmistakable slide of a key card in and out of the lock sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My heart began to pound in my chest as I strained to listen. The handle jiggled slightly, followed by a soft click. My breath caught in my throat as the door creaked open an inch before being stopped by the chair I had wedged beneath the handle. For a moment, everything was silent. Then a man's voice, low and irritated, muttered, "What the hell?" before he shoved against the door again, harder this time. The chair held firm, but I could feel the tension in the air, the imminent danger. Instinct took over. I sat up in bed and screamed as loudly as I could, my voice piercing the stillness of the room. The man on the other side of the door must not have expected such a reaction. He stumbled back, muttering something I couldn't make out, before the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. I sat there, trembling, my mind racing. My body was tense, every nerve on high alert. Slowly, I reached for my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed the front desk. When I recounted what had happened, the receptionist on the other end sounded more annoyed than concerned. She apologized, saying they had accidentally issued the same key card to another guest. Her tone was dismissive, as if this sort of thing happened all the time and was nothing to worry about. I hung up, my heart still racing, and sat on the edge of the bed, trying to process what had just happened. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every creak, every distant footstep in the hallway set my nerves on edge. I felt trapped, vulnerable, and utterly alone. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the curtains, I packed my belongings and prepared to leave. The receptionist from the night before was gone, replaced by a more attentive morning staff member who listened to my concerns with genuine empathy. They apologized profusely and assured me that they would investigate the incident. But the damage was done. I left the hotel, my trust in its security irrevocably shaken. As I drove away, the weight of the encounter settled over me. I had always considered myself a seasoned traveler, someone who could handle the challenges of the road. But this experience had rattled me in a way I hadn't anticipated. Reflecting on it now, I realize that the road is full of unexpected twists and turns. Solo travel is empowering and rewarding, but it also requires a heightened sense of awareness and a willingness to trust your instincts. I still believe in the magic of the journey, the thrill of discovering new places, and the freedom of the open road. But that night in the hotel served as a stark reminder to stay vigilant, to take precautions seriously, and to never let my guard down. It's a lesson I carry with me, one that has made me a more cautious but no less adventurous traveler. I've always thought of myself as independent. Growing up, I was the kind of kid who never hesitated to venture off on my own, even if it meant riding my bike a little too far from home, or taking the long route back just to see what was out there. That sense of adventure stayed with me through college, which was why I decided to take a solo road trip before my senior year. It wasn't anything grand, just a drive across a few states to clear my head, see some sights, and enjoy the freedom of the road before life got too serious. I'd done plenty of trips like this before, so I wasn't worried about being on my own. I was cautious, sure, but confident in my ability to handle whatever came my way. The first couple of days were perfect. I drove through scenic routes, listened to my favorite playlists, and stopped whenever something caught my eye, a roadside diner, a quirky antique store, or even just a spot with a great view. But by the third day, I found myself on a long, empty stretch of highway. The kind of road where the trees blur together, and you start to feel like you're the only person left in the world. I was cruising along when I noticed the gas gauge dipping closer to empty. It wasn't a huge concern at first. I figured I'd come across a station sooner or later. But as the miles stretched on with no sign of civilization, I started to get nervous. I kept checking the gauge, watching the needle sink lower and lower. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw a sign for a gas station. It wasn't much of a sign, just a faded wooden board with the words "Gas and Snacks" painted on it. The arrow pointed down a small side road, and though it didn't look promising, I didn't have much choice. I turned off the highway and followed the narrow road until I reached the station. The place looked like it had been plucked straight out of a horror movie. The single gas pump stood under a flickering overhead light, surrounded by cracked asphalt and weeds. The convenience store was a small, shabby building with grimy windows and a crooked neon sign that buzzed faintly. I felt a twinge of unease as I pulled in, but I pushed it aside. It was just a gas station, I told myself. Nothing to be scared of. As I got out of the car to pump gas, I noticed an elderly man step out of the store. He was wearing an old, faded uniform that looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. His face was lined with wrinkles, and he had a wide grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. He walked over slowly, and even though he didn't say a word, I could feel his eyes on me. I tried to focus on filling up my tank, but his presence made me uneasy. He eventually started talking, saying something about how quiet it had been lately, and how not many people passed through these parts anymore. I didn't respond much, just nodding politely and mumbling something about being on a road trip. He seemed harmless enough, just a lonely old man looking for someone to talk to, but there was something about his smile that made me want to leave as quickly as possible. After I finished pumping gas, I walked inside to pay. The store was just as run down as the outside, with flickering fluorescent lights and shelves that looked like they hadn't been restocked in years. I handed him the money and waited for my change, trying to avoid eye contact. He asked if I needed anything else, a snack, a drink, a flashlight for the dark roads ahead, but I declined, eager to get back on the road. As I walked out, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me. I climbed into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. Just as I was about to pull away, he appeared at my window, banging on it with his fist. I jumped, my heart racing as I rolled the window down just a crack. He shouted that I'd forgotten something and needed to come back inside. Panic set in. I was sure I hadn't forgotten anything. His tone was urgent, almost desperate, and it sent chills down my spine. I told him I was in a hurry and couldn't stop, rolling the window back up and driving off without looking back. It wasn't until I was a few miles down the road that I started to relax. The gas station was behind me, and the highway was quiet again. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I'd overreacted. He was probably just trying to be helpful, I thought. Then I adjusted my rearview mirror. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But as I looked closer, I realized there was someone in my back seat. A man was crouched low, partially hidden in the shadows. My stomach dropped, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. I don't remember thinking. I don't even remember being scared. I just reacted. My foot slammed on the brake, and the car screeched to a halt. The man was thrown forward, hitting his head against the seat. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I flung the door open and ran into the middle of the road, waving my arms frantically. A pair of headlights appeared in the distance, growing closer and brighter until they stopped just in time. It was a trucker, his cab towering over me as I shouted for help. I told him there was someone in my car, and he grabbed a wrench from his truck before walking over to check. By the time he reached my car, the back door was open, and the man was gone. He'd fled into the woods, leaving the door swinging in the wind. The trucker called the police, and I stood by his side, trembling as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. When the officers arrived, they searched my car and found a roll of duct tape, a rope, and a pair of gloves stuffed under the back seat. One of the officers explained that they'd had reports about that gas station before. They believed the attendant was working with others to target travelers, distracting them long enough for someone to sneak into their car. I spent the rest of the night at a nearby motel, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man's shadowy figure in my back seat, the knife glinting in his hand. The experience changed me. I used to think of the road as a place of freedom and adventure, but now I see it differently. It's unpredictable, and you can never be too careful. Even now, years later, I still can't drive without checking my back seat. It's a habit I can't shake, and honestly, I don't want to. That night taught me a hard lesson about trusting my instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. And sometimes being cautious can mean the difference between life and death. Road trips were always my escape. They gave me the solitude I craved, a break from the noise of everyday life. I'd always been the kind of person who found peace in the hum of tires on asphalt and the long stretches of empty highway. But that night, I wasn't enjoying it. I was tired, bone tired, and it was creeping past midnight. I'd been driving for hours with no end in sight, the road ahead swallowed by darkness. When I saw the neon vacancy sign flickering in the distance, it felt like salvation. The motel was a relic of another time, with peeling paint and a sagging roofline that looked like it might collapse with the next strong wind. The parking lot was half empty, the gravel crunching under my tires as I pulled in. Inside the lobby, the desk clerk barely glanced up as I approached the counter. He was an older man, his hair thinning and his shirt stained with what looked like coffee. He handed me a key attached to a tarnished metal tag that read 212. I remember the brief exchange. He mentioned the place was mostly empty, so I could expect a quiet night. I was too tired to ask questions or even look around much. I just wanted to collapse into bed. The hallway leading to my room was dimly lit and felt oddly silent, like the kind of silence that presses on your ears. Most of the doors had "Do Not Disturb" signs hanging on their handles, though they looked like they'd been there forever. Some were crooked, others so faded you could barely read the words. As I reached room 212, I glanced at the neighboring doors, 213 and 214. Both were shut, with no signs of life. I stepped into my room and immediately noticed the musty smell. It wasn't unbearable, just stale, like the air hadn't been circulated in weeks. The decor was exactly what you'd expect from a place like that. Worn carpets, outdated furniture, and a bedspread with a garish floral pattern. The heater hummed weakly in the corner, but the room still felt unnaturally cold. As I unpacked my overnight bag, a sound caught my attention. It was faint at first, a shuffle, maybe a thump. I paused, listening. It was coming from the wall to my right, which separated my room from 214. I frowned. The clerk had said the motel was mostly empty, so I wasn't expecting neighbors. Curious, I moved closer to the wall and strained to hear. The noise became more distinct, like someone moving around, pacing maybe. Then I heard voices, muffled but unmistakable. It wasn't a TV or radio. It sounded like a man and a woman, though I couldn't make out any words. The sounds unsettled me, but I rationalized it. Maybe the clerk didn't know the room was occupied, or maybe the walls were just thin, and the noises were coming from somewhere else. Still, I couldn't shake the unease that crept into my chest. I stepped away from the wall and tried to ignore it, telling myself I was overthinking. I crawled into bed, but sleep didn't come easily. The noises persisted, soft shuffling, intermittent thuds, and the occasional murmur of voices. I tossed and turned, my nerves on edge, until finally exhaustion pulled me under. At some point in the early hours of the morning, I woke suddenly. My heart was pounding, though I wasn't sure why at first. Then I heard it, a distinct scraping sound like nails dragging across wood. It was coming from the direction of room 214. My stomach churned, and I lay frozen, staring at the dark ceiling. The sound continued for what felt like an eternity before abruptly stopping. When morning finally came, I got up feeling more drained than when I'd arrived. As I stepped out into the hallway, I couldn't help but glance at the door to room 214. It was closed, just as it had been the night before. But something about it seemed off. I noticed faint scratch marks near the doorknob, long and jagged. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. There was also a smell, faint but distinct, like something sour and metallic. I didn't linger long enough to investigate further. Instead, I quickly packed up my things and headed out to the lobby to check out. As I left the motel, the unease followed me. The noises I'd heard, the scratches on the door, that awful smell, it all felt wrong. Later, I learned the truth about room 214, though I wish I hadn't. A few months after my stay, I mentioned the experience to a friend who had grown up in the area. When I described the motel and the strange noises, her face went pale. She told me there'd been an incident in that very room. A man had been arrested for holding someone captive there. It had happened months before my visit, but the details were chilling. The victim had managed to escape, but the trauma she endured left a dark stain on the place. That knowledge made everything click into place. The noises, the scratches, the smell. It wasn't my imagination, and it certainly wasn't just the pipes. To this day, I don't know if what I heard was real or some lingering echo of the horror that had occurred in that room. Whenever I think back on that night, I can't help but wonder what might have happened if I'd let my curiosity get the better of me. If I'd knocked on the door to room 214 or stayed just one more night. Some questions are better left unanswered. Two years ago, I went on a solo hike that still lingers in my mind like a shadow I can't shake. At the time, hiking alone was my escape from the chaos of everyday life. I was 34, juggling a demanding job in graphic design that left me constantly drained. Deadlines, late-night revisions, and client calls that spilled into weekends made me crave silence and solitude. Hiking provided that, a world far removed from buzzing phones and flickering computer screens. The Solstice Trail in Ridgewood National Park was a trail I'd wanted to conquer for a while. I'd read about its stunning vistas and peaceful isolation, and it seemed like the perfect way to clear my head. The guidebooks described it as moderately challenging, about 15 miles, and not overly crowded, which was exactly what I needed. Looking back, I realized how little I actually knew about the trail's reputation. I arrived at the trailhead just as the sun was rising, casting golden light over the forest canopy. The air was crisp, the kind that fills your lungs and makes you feel alive. I remember the comforting weight of my pack as I adjusted the straps and double-checked my GPS. A quick sip from my water bottle, a glance at my watch, and I set off down the trail, eager to lose myself in the rhythm of the hike. The first few miles were everything I hoped they'd be. The trail meandered through dense clusters of pine and oak trees, their needles and leaves crunching softly underfoot. Birds flitted between branches, their songs creating a cheerful backdrop to the steady rhythm of my boots on the gravel. Every so often, I stopped to take in the view or snap a photo, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the beauty surrounding me. Around the 6-mile mark, something changed. The bird song that had accompanied me for most of the morning began to fade. It wasn't abrupt. Rather, it was a gradual absence that I didn't notice until I realized the forest had grown eerily quiet. The silence felt unnatural, like the woods were holding their breath. I stopped for a moment, listening, but the only sound was the rustle of leaves in the breeze. I shook off the unease, telling myself it was just the stillness of being deep in the wilderness. As I continued, I couldn't shake the growing sensation that I wasn't alone. It was subtle at first, just a nagging feeling that made me glance over my shoulder more often than usual. Each time I looked back, the trail was empty, stretching behind me in a peaceful, unbroken line. The feeling didn't go away. In fact, it intensified the further I went. Occasionally, I thought I heard something, a faint crack of a twig or the rustle of leaves. But every time I stopped to listen, the forest was silent. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to stay calm. I'd been hiking alone for years, and I'd encountered plenty of animals before. That's all it was, I told myself. A deer or a raccoon, maybe even a curious fox. When I came across the backpack, I stopped dead in my tracks. It was sitting right in the middle of the trail, as if someone had carefully placed it there. The pack was a standard hiking model, green, with a few patches sewn onto it, and looked like it belonged to an experienced hiker. What struck me as odd was that it wasn't dirty or weathered. It hadn't been there long. I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Hello? Is anyone there? You left your bag." The silence that followed was deafening. My words seemed to hang in the air before dissolving into nothing. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. The rational part of me said the owner couldn't be far. Maybe they'd wandered off the trail for a moment or stopped for a break nearby. But another part of me, a deeper, instinctual part, screamed at me to leave it alone and keep moving. Curiosity got the better of me. I approached the backpack cautiously, my eyes darting around the trees as if expecting someone to step out from behind them. I crouched down and saw that one of the side pockets was unzipped, a crumpled map sticking out. That's when I heard it, a distinct crunch of footsteps behind me. My heart nearly stopped. Slowly, I turned, my breath catching in my throat. There was no one there. The trail was empty, just as it had been moments before. My pulse pounded in my ears as I scanned the forest, my eyes darting between the trees. The shadows seemed deeper now, the spaces between the trunks darker and more impenetrable. "Who's there?" I called, my voice shaking. No answer. The silence that followed was suffocating. Every instinct I had screamed at me to leave. I didn't care about the backpack anymore. I didn't care about the map or the mystery of who it belonged to. I just wanted to get out of there. I grabbed my pack and started walking, my pace brisk and unsteady. Every step felt like it was being mirrored by something, or someone, just out of sight. The forest, once so peaceful, now felt oppressive, the trees looming over me like silent sentinels. I didn't stop until I reached the clearing near the trailhead. When I saw my car parked in the small gravel lot, a wave of relief washed over me so intense that I nearly collapsed. I threw my pack into the back seat, locked the doors, and sat behind the wheel, gripping the steering wheel with shaking hands. On the drive home, I couldn't stop replaying the events in my mind. The abandoned backpack, the footsteps, the overwhelming sense of being watched. It all felt so surreal, like a bad dream I couldn't wake from. I considered reporting the incident to the rangers, but ultimately decided against it. What would I even say? That I'd found a backpack and heard some noises? It sounded ridiculous. It wasn't until months later, during a casual conversation with a fellow hiker, that I learned about the trail's unsettling history. She mentioned, almost offhandedly, that people had gone missing on the Solstice Trail. Abandoned gear was often the only thing left behind: backpacks, tents, water bottles. No one knew what happened to the hikers themselves. Hearing that sent a chill down my spine. I didn't share my experience with her, but it confirmed what I had felt that day, that I had narrowly escaped something I couldn't explain. I haven't been back to the Solstice Trail since, and I don't plan to. I still hike, but I stick to well-traveled paths now, and I always let someone know where I'm going. That day taught me that nature, as beautiful as it is, can also be deeply unsettling. There are places out there that hold secrets, and some of them are better left undiscovered. Camping had always been one of my favorite ways to unplug and recharge, and that summer, I needed it more than ever. Life had been chaotic, work deadlines piling up, endless errands, and barely a moment to breathe. So when Sam suggested a weekend trip to a remote spot in upstate New York, I didn't hesitate. Sam and I had been best friends since high school, and she knew exactly what I needed. Our group included 6 of us: Sam, her boyfriend Greg, Greg's younger sister Emily, and 2 of our college friends, Jake and Lily. We had all known each other for years, and the thought of escaping to the wilderness together sounded like the perfect break. The drive up was a mixture of excitement and light-hearted chaos. We crammed our gear into Greg's SUV and took turns playing DJ, belting out songs and laughing at each other's terrible singing. The further we got from civilization, the narrower the roads became, winding through dense forests that seemed untouched by time. By the time we arrived, the sun was already dipping low, casting golden light through the trees. The campsite was everything we'd hoped for, a small clearing surrounded by towering oaks and maples. It was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. We wasted no time setting up our tents, arranging the fire pit, and unpacking the food. The first night felt like something out of a postcard. The fire crackled, the stars blanketed the sky, and we sat in a loose circle, talking about everything and nothing. We told ghost stories, each one trying to outdo the last, laughing until our sides hurt. At some point, someone mentioned how quiet it was out there, and we all paused to listen. The silence was absolute, the kind that wraps around you and makes you feel like the only people in the world. It was peaceful, or at least it was at first. It started with a sound. Faint at first, a soft crunch of leaves somewhere in the distance. It was easy to dismiss. Animals were everywhere in the woods, after all. But the sound didn't fade away like you'd expect a passing deer or raccoon to do. Instead, it seemed to circle us, slow and deliberate, just beyond the firelight. At the time, we tried to laugh it off. Jake joked that it was Bigfoot, and we all chuckled nervously, trying to brush away the unease creeping into our circle. But the sound didn't stop, and every so often, one of us would glance over a shoulder into the darkness, the flickering firelight making the shadows dance. By the time we retreated to our tents, the noises had stopped, but the atmosphere felt heavier somehow. I remember lying there in the dark, staring at the fabric of the tent above me, straining my ears for any sign of movement. Eventually exhaustion won, and I fell into a restless sleep. The next day, we decided to explore the area. The woods were dense and alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the night before. It was Emily who found it. We were about 200 yards from our campsite when she called out, her voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and unease. Hidden among the trees was a shelter, if you could call it that. It was a crude structure made of branches, tarps, and leaves, like something you'd see in a survivalist manual. As we approached, the smell hit us first, a musty, sour odor that made my stomach turn. Inside, the shelter was even more unsettling. There were empty food cans scattered on the ground, some of them rusting, others clearly more recent. A sleeping bag, stained and torn, was crumpled in one corner. Piles of clothing were stacked haphazardly, and a plastic bottle of water sat half-empty near the entrance. We didn't speak much as we poked around. The silence between us felt louder than words. Greg found a piece of paper on the ground, its edges smeared with a brownish stain. He held it up, but none of us wanted to guess what it might be. It was clear someone had been living there recently, and the thought made my skin crawl. Who were they? Were they still around? The shelter felt like an intrusion into the peace we had come for, a stark reminder that we weren't alone out there. We left quickly, our excitement from earlier replaced by a heavy unease. Back at the campsite, we tried to shake it off. Greg suggested we move camp, but we were already tired, and the idea of packing everything up seemed like too much effort. We told ourselves it was fine. Whoever had built that shelter was probably long gone. That night, the footsteps returned. Only this time they were closer. We sat around the fire, the cheerful chatter of the previous night replaced by tension. The sound was unmistakable now, slow, deliberate steps crunching through the leaves, circling the edge of the trees. None of us wanted to acknowledge it at first, as if saying it out loud would make it more real. Then someone, maybe Sam, grabbed a flashlight and shone it toward the noise. For a brief moment, the beam landed on something. A figure? They were standing just beyond the tree line, motionless. The light didn't fully illuminate them, but I could see enough, a tall figure, their face obscured by the shadows of the trees. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stood there, watching us. Fear took over. Without speaking, we all seemed to reach the same conclusion. We needed to leave. Now. The next few minutes were a blur of frantic movement. We grabbed what we could, abandoning the tents and most of our gear. Greg had already started the car by the time the rest of us piled in, and we sped down the dirt road, the fire still crackling behind us. We didn't stop until we reached a gas station miles away, its fluorescent lights feeling like a sanctuary. None of us spoke for a long time, the weight of what had happened settling over us like a heavy blanket. Eventually, we debated calling the authorities, but what would we say? That we saw someone in the woods, that they stood there watching us? It wasn't illegal to camp out there, and we had no proof of anything. In the end, we decided to let it go. Even now, years later, I can't fully explain what happened that weekend. Maybe it was a drifter, someone living off the grid. But there was something about the way they watched us, the deliberate way they moved through the woods, that still haunts me. I haven't been camping since. Whenever someone suggests it, I think back to that moment, the beam of the flashlight catching the figure in the trees, motionless and silent, and I feel a chill run down my spine. The woods may seem peaceful, but they hold secrets, and some of them are better left undisturbed. was one of those long, lonely nights on the road, the kind that blurs the line between fatigue and determination. I'd been trucking for over a decade by that point, so I was no stranger to the grind. My name's Jack Stevens, and if there's one thing I've learned from years of hauling freight across this country, it's that the road is unpredictable. You get into a rhythm, mile after mile, town after town, but every now and then something happens that reminds you how vulnerable you really are out there. That night, I was hauling a load of electronics from Billings, Montana, to Spokane, Washington. It wasn't a complicated route, mostly open highway, but the hours were starting to wear me down. My back ached, my eyelids felt heavy, and I knew I couldn't push through much longer. Pulling over at a rest stop was the smart move. Better to lose an hour of sleep than risk nodding off behind the wheel and ending up in a ditch, or worse. I spotted a small rest stop off Route 89, just as my fatigue was hitting its peak. It wasn't much to look at, a couple of parking spaces, a flickering overhead light, and a vending machine that looked like it had been out of order for years. There were no other vehicles around, which didn't surprise me. This stretch of highway didn't see much traffic, especially at that hour. It was probably close to 2 a.m. when I pulled in, shut off the engine, and leaned back in my seat. The silence was almost unnerving. You get used to the hum of the engine, the sound of tires on asphalt, and when all of that goes quiet, it can feel too still. I adjusted my seat, pulled my cap down over my eyes, and let out a long breath. My plan was simple: catch a quick nap, just enough to recharge, and then hit the road again. I wasn't looking for luxury or comfort, just a little rest to keep me going. I must have drifted off, though I couldn't tell you how long I'd been asleep. It wasn't a deep sleep, more like that restless kind of dozing where you're half aware of your surroundings. That's when I heard it, a faint tapping on the driver's side window. At first, I thought I might have imagined it. Sometimes when you're that tired, your mind plays tricks on you. But then it came again, soft and deliberate, like someone was gently testing the glass. I froze. My heart started pounding, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Slowly, I lifted my cap and turned my head toward the window. But there was nothing there, just darkness. The dim overhead light barely reached the edges of the parking lot, and beyond that, it was pitch black. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a branch brushing against the truck, or maybe the wind was playing tricks on me. I told myself it was nothing, but my gut wasn't so easily convinced. Something about the sound had felt too deliberate, too human. I adjusted my seat and tried to settle back in, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I sat there, staring into the darkness, straining to hear anything over the silence. And that's when it happened again. This time, the tapping came from the passenger side window. It was louder, more insistent, like whoever, or whatever, was out there wanted my attention. My blood ran cold. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My eyes flicked toward the passenger window, but all I could see was the faint reflection of my own face. Slowly, I reached for the switch and turned on the headlights. The beams cut through the darkness, illuminating the parking lot and the edge of the woods beyond. For a brief moment, I saw movement. A man, thin and wiry, dressed in dark clothes, was sprinting toward the tree line. He was fast, and before I could fully register what I was seeing, he disappeared into the shadows of the forest. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. My mind raced. Who was he? What did he want? And more importantly, was he alone? I reached behind my seat and grabbed the baseball bat I always kept in the cab. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. My first instinct was to get out of there, to fire up the engine and put as much distance as I could between me and that rest stop. But I hesitated. What if there was more than one of them? What if they were waiting for me to step outside? Instead, I locked the doors, rolled up the windows, and kept the bat within arm's reach. I sat there, scanning the parking lot, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Every sound, the creak of the truck, the rustle of the wind, felt magnified, like it was coming from right next to me. Minutes felt like hours. I couldn't relax, couldn't let my guard down. I kept thinking about the man I'd seen, the way he'd moved, the deliberate tapping on the windows. It wasn't random. He'd been testing me, trying to see if I'd react, trying to lure me out. Eventually, the first light of dawn started creeping over the horizon. The shadows began to retreat, and the oppressive darkness gave way to the soft glow of morning. The fear didn't leave me entirely, but it eased enough for me to think clearly again. I started the engine, the familiar rumble breaking the silence, and pulled out of the rest stop without looking back. As I merged back onto the highway, I told myself I'd been lucky. I didn't know what the man's intentions had been, and I didn't want to find out. A few hours later, I stopped at a diner on the outskirts of Spokane. As I sat there nursing a cup of coffee, I couldn't stop replaying the events of the night in my mind. The tapping, the figures sprinting into the woods, it all felt surreal, like something out of a bad dream. It wasn't until later that I learned the truth. Truckers had been targeted in that area, especially at isolated rest stops late at night. The stories varied, but the pattern was the same: a distraction to lure the driver out of their cab, followed by an attack. Some were robbed, others hurt. A few ended up in the hospital. I don't know if it was just luck that kept me safe that night, or if my instincts had saved me. Maybe both. But one thing's for sure, I've never looked at a rest stop the same way since. Now, whenever I'm out on the road, I make it a point to plan my stops carefully. I stick to well-lit areas with other people around, and if I ever get that gut feeling that something isn't right, I trust it. The open road has its dangers, sure, but that night taught me a valuable lesson. It's not just the miles that wear you down, it's the things you don't see coming. I used to believe that the most unnerving experiences in life were grounded in logic. A delayed flight, a bad day at work, things you could rationalize or solve. But now, I realize some things defy reason. Looking back, I still can't explain what happened, and I'm not sure I want to. It started after a business trip to Seattle. My life back then was predictable, almost painfully so. I was 34, single, and lived in a small house in a quiet suburb of Los Angeles. My days were consumed by spreadsheets and meetings, my nights by the same tired TV shows and the occasional takeout. I'd always been someone who found comfort in routine, but what happened next made me question everything I thought I understood about the world. When I landed at LAX, the airport was as chaotic as always. People were rushing to and fro, dragging suitcases, shouting into phones, and doing their best to navigate the labyrinth of terminals. After a long flight, all I wanted was to grab my bag and head home. I stood by the luggage carousel, watching the bags tumble onto the conveyor belt. Mine, a scuffed black roller bag, was one of the last to come out. Just before I reached for it, my eyes landed on another suitcase, an old, battered brown one. Its leather was cracked and worn, and it looked out of place among the sea of sleek, modern luggage. I remember thinking it was odd that no one seemed to claim it. It circled the carousel several times, unacknowledged. Eventually I shrugged it off, grabbed my bag, and made my way to the parking garage. It was late, and the garage was quiet, save for the hum of fluorescent lights. My car was parked in a corner spot, far from the main entrance. As I approached, something caught my eye. The brown suitcase was sitting right beside my car. At first, I froze, my mind racing to make sense of it. Maybe someone had left it there by mistake, but how could it be the same suitcase from the baggage claim? And even if it was, how had it gotten here? I looked around, but the garage was empty. There were no other people, no sounds of footsteps or car doors. Just the faint echo of my breathing and the distant hum of tires on concrete. I felt a wave of unease, but convinced myself it was a coincidence. Without touching the suitcase, I loaded my bag into the trunk, got into the car, and drove home. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But the roads were empty, and I reached my house without incident. The next morning, I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a strange occurrence, nothing more. I went to work, determined to put it out of my mind. When I arrived at my office building, my heart nearly stopped. The suitcase was there again. It was propped neatly against the glass doors at the main entrance, as if waiting for me. I stared at it, my pulse quickening. This couldn't be a coincidence. How had it ended up here? I hadn't told anyone about what happened the night before. I didn't touch it. Instead, I walked around it and went inside, trying to focus on my day. My coworkers noticed I was distracted, but I brushed off their questions. What could I say? That a suitcase was following me? It sounded absurd, even to me. That evening, I left work cautiously, half expecting the suitcase to be by my car again. But it wasn't there. I felt a small wave of relief as I drove home. But that relief was short-lived. The next evening, as I pulled into my driveway, the suitcase was there again. This time, it was sitting next to my mailbox. The street was quiet, and the air felt unnaturally still. I didn't get out of the car right away. I just sat there staring at it. When I finally worked up the courage to get out, I didn't go near the suitcase. I went straight inside, locked the door, and turned on every light in the house. That night, I barely slept. I kept imagining the suitcase moving closer, inching its way up to my front door. When morning came, I was almost afraid to look outside. But when I finally did, it was gone. For a moment, I thought it was over. That night, I was proven wrong. I was watching TV, trying to distract myself, when I heard a faint thud on the porch. My heart sank. Slowly, I got up and looked out the window. The suitcase was there again. I don't know what came over me, but I decided I couldn't keep ignoring it. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, opened the front door, and brought the suitcase inside. My hands were shaking as I unclasped it. Inside was a collection of clothes, a white dress shirt, a pair of slacks, and a scarf. All of them were stained with what looked like dried blood. The metallic smell made my stomach turn. On top of the clothes was an envelope. It had my name and address written on it in sharp, uneven letters. My hands trembled as I opened it. The note inside read, "You've been chosen." I'll never forget the feeling that washed over me in that moment. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the room. I stood there, frozen, staring at the note, trying to make sense of it. I called the police immediately. 2 officers arrived about an hour later. They took the suitcase and its contents as evidence, promising to investigate. They asked me a series of questions. Had I noticed anyone following me? Had I received any threats? I answered no to all of them. For weeks, I lived in a state of paranoia. I installed security cameras, changed my locks, and even stayed at a hotel for a while. But the police found nothing. No fingerprints, no DNA, no leads. The suitcase was a dead end. A month later, I thought I was starting to move on. The suitcase hadn't appeared again, and I began convincing myself it was over. Then one night, it returned. I came home late from dinner with a friend. As I pulled into the driveway, I saw it sitting there on the porch, illuminated by the glow of the porch light. This time, the suitcase was open. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph. It was a picture of me asleep in my bed. I froze, the blood draining from my face. I stood there, staring at the photo, my mind racing. Someone had been in my house. I called the police again. They searched the house thoroughly, but found no signs of forced entry. The cameras I had installed hadn't recorded anything unusual. After that night, I couldn't stay in that house anymore. I packed up and moved to a new city. It's been over a year now, and nothing else has happened. But sometimes late at night, I wake up with the feeling that I'm being watched. And I can't help but wonder, was it really over, or am I just waiting for the suitcase to find me again? Adam and I had been together for 3 years when we decided we needed a break from the daily grind. We both worked long hours, me at a marketing firm, him as a software developer, and the city's constant buzz was wearing us thin. The idea of escaping to a remote cabin, away from emails and phone calls, felt like the perfect way to recharge. I found the listing while scrolling through Airbnb late one night. It was a cozy wooden cabin tucked away in the woods, surrounded by nothing but trees and wildlife. The pictures showed a stone fireplace, big comfy furniture, and even a little balcony overlooking a stream. It was everything I wanted, and the reviews sealed the deal. Every guest praised Margaret, the host, for her attention to detail and warm hospitality. "Immaculate," one reviewer wrote. Another called it a peaceful slice of heaven. I didn't hesitate to book it. The drive to the cabin was long but scenic. We left early on a Friday morning, stopping only for coffee and snacks. As the road narrowed and the trees thickened, I felt my stress start to melt away. It was like we were leaving all the noise and chaos behind. By the time we arrived, the sun was beginning to set, casting a golden glow over the cabin. It was even more charming in person. The wooden beams, the cozy furniture, the faint smell of pine. It felt like stepping into a fairy tale. Margaret had left a handwritten note on the counter, welcoming us and wishing us a pleasant stay. Beside it was a jar of homemade raspberry jam. I remember thinking how thoughtful that was. We spent the first evening settling in. I cooked dinner, a simple pasta dish, and Adam lit a fire. We ate at the small wooden table, talking and laughing as the flames crackled behind us. After dinner, we curled up on the couch with a bottle of wine, enjoying the rare silence. No cars honking, no notifications buzzing, just the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Later, as we got ready for bed, I heard a faint creaking sound from above. It was soft, almost rhythmic, like footsteps. I paused, listening, but Adam brushed it off, saying it was probably just the house settling. It made sense. The cabin was old, after all. Still, as we climbed into bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was slightly off. The next morning, I woke up early and headed to the kitchen to make coffee. That's when I noticed the bread. The loaf I'd left on the counter the night before was missing several slices, and the butter dish was open, the knife lying beside it. I frowned, trying to remember if I'd done that in a sleepy haze, but I was sure I hadn't. Adam came downstairs a few minutes later, rubbing his eyes. I asked if he'd gotten up during the night, but he looked as confused as I felt. "Weird," he said, but neither of us thought much of it. Then I went to the bathroom and saw my makeup bag. It was open, the contents slightly shifted. I'm meticulous about my things, and I knew I hadn't left it like that. When I mentioned it to Adam, he admitted his duffel bag looked like it had been moved too. It was unsettling, but we tried to laugh it off. "Maybe we're just being paranoid," Adam said. Still, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that someone or something had been in the cabin while we slept. That's when I suggested setting up my phone to record while we were out for the day. Adam thought I was being a little overdramatic, but he went along with it. We propped the phone on a shelf in the living room, hit record, and headed out to explore. The day was beautiful. We hiked through the woods, following trails that wound past towering pines and a crystal-clear stream. We stopped for lunch by a small waterfall, the sound of rushing water drowning out any lingering worries. By the time we got back to the cabin, I felt more relaxed, like the unease from the morning had been washed away. But then we checked the footage. At first, there was nothing. Hours of stillness, the only movement coming from the occasional flicker of sunlight through the windows. I was about to turn it off when Adam suddenly said, "Wait." The attic hatch in the ceiling of the living room was moving. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, it opened, and a pair of pale hands emerged. My heart stopped. A man's head appeared next, his face partially obscured by shadows. He climbed down cautiously, moving with a deliberate ease that suggested he'd done this before. He walked around the cabin, rifling through our bags, opening cabinets in the kitchen, and even pausing to inspect the fireplace. At one point, he stopped in the living room, staring directly at the phone. I held my breath, terrified he'd noticed the camera, but after a few seconds, he moved on. After nearly an hour, he climbed back into the attic, closing the hatch behind him. We sat there in stunned silence, the weight of what we'd just seen pressing down on us. I felt sick. We packed our essentials as quickly and quietly as we could, leaving most of our belongings behind. The drive to the nearest town felt endless. Every shadow on the road, Every sound in the distance made me jump. At the police station, we showed the officers the footage. They assured us they'd investigate and send a patrol car to the cabin. A few hours later, they called to say they'd found the attic empty, but it was clear someone had been living there. There was a small makeshift bed, a flashlight, and empty food wrappers, some of which were ours. When we contacted Margaret, she seemed genuinely horrified. She swore she had no idea anyone could have been hiding in the attic and promised to work with the police to figure out what had happened. But I couldn't let it go. A few days later, I started digging online and found an old forum thread about a similar incident at the same cabin. A couple had reported strange noises and missing food, but nothing had ever come of it. When I confronted Margaret with this, she became defensive, insisting she'd taken measures to secure the property since then. She even offered us a free stay as an apology, but there was no way we were going back. The police never found the man, and we never got our belongings back. The cabin was eventually delisted from Airbnb, but I still think about it sometimes, about the man who had been watching us, moving through the cabin when we weren't looking. Now every creak in my apartment, every misplaced item, sends a chill down my spine. It's irrational, I know, but after that weekend, I've learned that even the most peaceful-looking places can hide the most unsettling secrets. Babysitting had always been a part of my life. I started when I was 14, taking care of the kids in my neighborhood to earn a little extra pocket money. By the time I was 19 and in college, I had become the go-to babysitter for several families. One of those families was the Millers, who lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood called Willow Grove. It was the kind of place where kids played in the street until sunset, and neighbors greeted each other with friendly waves. It felt safe, almost idyllic. The Millers had 2 children, Sophie, a bright and creative 7-year-old who adored drawing unicorns, and Liam, an energetic 4-year-old with an impressive collection of dinosaur toys. I had babysat for them so often that their home felt like a second home to me. So when they asked me to watch the kids on a Friday night while they went out for dinner and a movie, I didn't think twice about saying yes. That Friday evening began like any other babysitting job. Mr. and Mrs. Miller went over the usual instructions. Dinner was ready in the fridge, the kids needed to be in bed by 8:30, and there was an emergency contact list on the fridge, just in case. Once the Millers left, the evening unfolded smoothly. I made macaroni and cheese for dinner, helped Sophie with her spelling homework, and read Liam his favorite dinosaur story for the umpteenth time. By 8:30, both kids were tucked in and sound asleep. With the house quiet, I finally had some time to relax. I grabbed a blanket from the couch, poured myself a glass of soda, and settled in to watch TV. I remember scrolling through the channels until I found reruns of Friends. It felt like a perfect, peaceful night. That peace shattered around 9 p.m. when a sudden knock at the front door startled me. I wasn't expecting anyone, and the Millers hadn't mentioned a visitor. Feeling a little uneasy, I muted the TV and walked to the door. I stood on my tiptoes to look through the peephole. A man was standing on the porch, holding a pizza box. He was wearing a wrinkled delivery uniform, but something about him seemed off. His cap was crooked, and his hair was messy, sticking out from under the brim. His smile didn't look genuine. It was forced, almost like he was trying too hard to seem friendly. He said he had a pizza delivery, but I hadn't ordered anything. I hadn't even touched my phone since I got there. I told him he must have the wrong address, but he insisted that the pizza was already paid for and handed me the name Emily. That was my name, which made my stomach tighten. How did he know who I was? I tried to stay calm and told him again that I hadn't ordered anything. I expected him to leave, but instead he knocked harder and repeated himself, insisting I take the pizza. The more he pushed, the more my gut told me something wasn't right. My hand started to shake as I checked the lock on the door, making sure the deadbolt and chain were secure. When the knocking turned into loud, aggressive pounding, I froze. Then came the sound of the doorknob jiggling. My heart started racing. This wasn't just a misunderstanding. He was trying to get in. I backed away from the door and grabbed my phone. My fingers fumbled as I dialed 911. I explained to the dispatcher what was happening as quietly as I could, afraid that the man might hear me. They assured me that help was on the way and told me to stay inside, keep the doors locked, and find a safe place. The pounding suddenly stopped, which almost made it worse. The silence felt heavy, and my ears strained to catch any sound. I decided to check the living room window. I carefully pulled back the curtain, just enough to peek outside. The man was no longer on the porch, but then I spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. He was walking around the side of the house. My stomach churned as I watched him try to open one of the windows. I felt paralyzed for a moment, unsure of what to do, but then the thought of Sophie and Liam sleeping upstairs snapped me out of it. I ran up to their room, locked the door, and sat on the floor with my back against it. The kids were still asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. I stayed as quiet as possible, listening for any sounds of movement downstairs. Every creak of the house made my heart pound louder. The minutes dragged on like hours, and I kept checking the time on my phone, hoping the police would arrive soon. Finally, I heard the faint wail of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as the flashing red and blue lights illuminated the street outside. I stayed upstairs until I heard a knock at the bedroom door and a voice calling my name. It was a police officer, letting me know it was safe to come out. When I went downstairs, the officers reassured me that the man was gone, but they wanted to search the area to make sure. They asked me to describe him and what had happened while another officer checked on the kids. Not long after, they found an unmarked white van parked a couple of blocks away near a wooded area. What they found inside sent chills down my spine: zip ties, duct tape, a knife, and a notebook. My heart sank when the officer told me what was in it. Pages of notes about me, my schedule, the Miller's address, and even details about other families I babysat for. It turned out the man had been stalking me for weeks. They believed he first noticed me at the park where I often took the Miller kids to play. He had probably followed me home, or watched me long enough to figure out my routine. The Millers came home to find the house surrounded by police cars. They were horrified and couldn't stop thanking me for keeping the kids safe. They insisted I take some time off from babysitting, and honestly, I agreed. The scariest part? The man was never caught. The police believed he fled the area after realizing they were closing in on him, but not knowing for sure left me shaken. For weeks after, I struggled to feel safe. I took self-defense classes, started carrying pepper spray, and made sure I was always aware of my surroundings. My parents installed a security system at home, and I stopped babysitting for a while to focus on my own mental health. Even now, I can't help but feel uneasy when I think about that night, but I've learned to trust my instincts and act quickly when something doesn't feel right. What happened to me could have ended much worse, but I'm grateful I stayed calm and did what I could to protect myself and the kids. It's an experience I'll never forget, and it's changed the way I approach everything, from babysitting to simply walking home at night. I never thought the house would turn into something I'd have nightmares about for years. It started as a fresh start, a chance to leave behind the mess of my old life and build something new. My name is Cassie, and at the time, I was a writer trying to escape the chaos of a painful breakup and the suffocating energy of the city. The house I rented was a quaint little place in a quiet town outside of Nashville. It wasn't perfect. The floors creaked, the windows rattled in the wind, and the plumbing groaned whenever I turned on the hot water. But it had character. I'd always dreamed of living in a place like this, where I could curl up with a cup of coffee on the porch, or spend hours typing away in front of a picturesque window. The first few weeks passed in a blur of quiet days and peaceful nights. I got used to the odd noises that came with an older house, the groaning floorboards, the whispering drafts, and the occasional tap from the walls or ceiling. I even joked to my friends that the house might be haunted, but in a charming movie-like way. One night, as I was reading in bed, I heard something new. It wasn't the usual creaks or groans. This was more deliberate, a soft but steady thudding noise coming from above. I froze for a moment, straining to hear. It stopped as suddenly as it started. I told myself it was just an animal. Maybe a squirrel or a raccoon had found its way into the attic. Over the next few days, the noises became more frequent. I'd hear light tapping or shuffling sounds at random times, sometimes during the day, but mostly at night. Still, I didn't think much of it. I was too focused on my work and my newfound solitude to give it much thought. But then, one night, I noticed something that made my stomach churn. As I lay in bed listening to the faint sounds above, a small trickle of plaster dust fell from the ceiling onto my nightstand. It was such a subtle thing, but it terrified me. I stared at the ceiling, holding my breath, waiting for something else to happen. When nothing did, I told myself it was nothing. Just the old house settling. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to call the landlord, Mr. Daniels, and ask him to check the attic. He was an older man with a gruff voice and a no-nonsense attitude. When I described the noises, he dismissed them as squirrels or birds. "It's an old house," he said. "These things happen." Still, he agreed to come by the next day. When he arrived, he brought a flashlight and a baseball bat. I remember feeling a little embarrassed, thinking I might be overreacting. As he climbed the ladder to the attic, I stayed below, nervously fidgeting with the hem of my sweater. It felt like forever before he said anything. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and tense. "You're not going to like this." I climbed the ladder despite his warning, curiosity and fear battling inside me. What I saw made my heart drop. There, in the corner of the attic, was a makeshift sleeping area. A crumpled sleeping bag lay atop the insulation, surrounded by piles of food wrappers and empty water bottles. A small pile of clothes was tucked into a corner, and next to it was a black notebook. Mr. Daniels picked up the notebook and flipped it open. As he scanned the pages, his face went pale. He handed it to me without saying a word. The notebook was filled with notes. About me. My routine, my habits, my life. 6:45 a.m. She wakes up. 7 a.m. She makes coffee and stares out the kitchen window. 1:30 p.m. She walks in the backyard. 10 p.m. She turns off the lights and goes to bed. Every detail of my life in that house was documented. Someone had been watching me, studying me. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. How long had this been going on? How had I not noticed? The police arrived later that day. They searched the attic and found fingerprints, as well as a small trapdoor leading to the outside. That's how the person had been coming and going without me noticing. The officers assured me they'd do everything they could to find whoever had been living there. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the house after that. I packed a bag and stayed with a friend while I figured out what to do next. The police kept me updated, but days turned into weeks with no news. I felt like I was living in a state of constant anxiety, jumping at every noise and second-guessing every shadow. Finally, weeks later, the police called with an update. They'd arrested a man in a nearby town who had been breaking into homes. He confessed to staying in my attic, saying he hadn't meant any harm. He claimed he was homeless and just needed a place to stay. I wanted to believe that was all there was to it, but the notebook told a different story. This wasn't just someone seeking shelter. This was someone watching me, obsessing over me. The thought of it still sends chills down my spine. I moved out of that house shortly after. I couldn't stay there, knowing what had happened. My new apartment is smaller, and I made sure it didn't have an attic. Even now, I can't fully relax. Every creak, every unfamiliar noise makes my heart race. Looking back, I realize how easy it is to dismiss the little things, the noises, the strange feelings, the sense of being watched. I told myself over and over that it was nothing, that I was overreacting. But sometimes those instincts are right. I still think about the man in the attic sometimes. I wonder what he was planning, what might have happened if I hadn't called the landlord when I did. I'll never know the answers, and maybe that's for the best. But I've learned to trust my gut, to pay attention to the little signs. Because sometimes the scariest things aren't the ones that go bump in the night. They're the ones you don't see coming. It was a few years ago when I had the strangest, most unsettling experience of my life. At the time, I worked as a marketing consultant, which meant constant travel. Most of the hotels I stayed in weren't exactly luxurious. I preferred budget-friendly accommodations to keep costs down. This particular trip took me to a small, forgettable town called Milford. It wasn't much more than a collection of streets and a few diners, but I had a meeting with a potential client there, so I booked a room at one of the few hotels in town. The hotel wasn't anything special, which I expected. The neon sign above the entrance blinked sporadically, and the parking lot had a faintly cracked asphalt surface that hadn't seen maintenance in years. Inside, the receptionist barely looked up when I approached the desk. She handed me an old-fashioned key on a clunky keychain and muttered, "Room 303. The hallway leading to my room smelled faintly of cleaning supplies mixed with something musty. I brushed it off as part of the charm of small-town hotels. When I opened the door to my room, it was more or less what I expected. The carpet was worn, and the wallpaper was peeling in a few places. There was a faint stain on the ceiling, and the bedspread looked like it had seen better decades. A mismatched wooden chair sat at the desk near the window. It caught my attention immediately because it seemed out of place, far older than the other furniture in the room, almost like it belonged to another era. The chair had scratches and nicks on its surface, and its dark wood seemed to absorb the dim light from the single lamp in the room. Still, I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, it was just a chair. I set my things down, plugged in my phone to charge, and sent a quick text to my sister letting her know I'd arrived safely. She always worried when I traveled alone. It was late, and I was exhausted from the long drive, so I didn't bother unpacking much. I pushed the chair closer to the desk to make room to move around, changed into my pajamas, and crawled into bed. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly, because the next thing I remember was waking up in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was just one of those times when your body jolts awake for no reason, but something felt off. My heart was racing, and the room felt heavy, like the air was thicker than it should have been. I had this strange, unshakable feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as if someone was standing in the corner of the room, watching me. I told myself I was being ridiculous. The room was dark, the curtains were drawn, and there wasn't a sound except for the faint hum of the air conditioner. Still, the feeling persisted. I turned my head toward the window, thinking maybe someone outside had triggered my paranoia, but the curtains were tightly shut. Outside, it was pitch black. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing and tried to go back to sleep. The second time I woke up, it wasn't a feeling that jolted me awake. It was a sound, a faint creak, like wood shifting under weight. I froze for a moment, trying to figure out where it had come from. My heart started pounding as I reached over to turn on the lamp beside the bed. When the light flickered on, I felt my stomach drop. The chair, the one I had pushed under the desk earlier, was no longer at the desk. It was now sitting right next to the bed, positioned as though someone had been sitting in it, watching me sleep. I stared at the chair for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing to come up with an explanation. Had I moved it? No, I distinctly remembered pushing it under the desk. Maybe someone had come into the room while I was asleep, but that didn't make sense either. The door was locked, and the chain was latched from the inside. After a few minutes of sitting there in stunned silence, I decided to get up and investigate. I checked the door, and as I thought, it was still locked with the chain in place. The window was shut and locked as well. There was no sign that anyone else had been in the room. I pushed the chair back to the desk, feeling a mix of unease and frustration with myself for getting so worked up. It was just a chair. Maybe I'd been sleepwalking, or maybe I hadn't pushed it under the desk as firmly as I thought. I climbed back into bed, but sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, I packed up quickly, eager to leave the hotel behind. The strange experience from the night before lingered in my mind, but I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. Before checking out, I decided to mention it to the receptionist. When I described what had happened, she didn't laugh or brush it off like I expected. Instead, her expression changed completely. Her smile faded, and she looked at me with wide, almost fearful eyes. "Room 303, she asked quietly, and when I nodded, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "That room has a history." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What kind of history?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light, even though I could feel my palms starting to sweat. "There was an incident in that room years ago," she said. "A man was murdered there. They never caught the person who did it. Ever since then, people who stay in that room, they say weird things happen. Objects move, they hear noises, some even say they feel like they're being watched. I try to laugh it off. That's a good story. I bet you tell all the guests that. She didn't smile. I'm not joking, she said quietly. I didn't know what to say after that. I left the hotel as quickly as I could and got on the road, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that had settled in my chest. I told myself it was just a creepy story, the kind of thing people make up to spook each other. It wasn't until later, when I was driving to my next destination, that I noticed something that made my blood run cold. I was scrolling through the photos on my phone, double-checking some images I'd taken for work. That's when I saw it. There, in the middle of my gallery, was a photo I didn't remember taking. It was a picture of me, lying in bed in the hotel room. I was sound asleep in the photo, and the angle was unmistakable. It had been taken from the chair beside the bed. I nearly dropped my phone. My hands were shaking as I stared at the screen. I didn't take it. No one else should have been in the room. I deleted it immediately, trying to convince myself it was some kind of glitch, even though I knew that didn't make sense. I haven't stayed in a budget hotel since. Whenever I think back to that night, I still feel a chill. I don't know what happened in that room, and I'm not sure I wanna. All I know is that sometimes, even when you think you're alone, you're not. It happened a couple of years ago, but I still can't shake the memories of that weekend. My name is Emma, and at the time I was working as a graphic designer, juggling deadlines and burnout. My friends, Alex, Jordan, Claire, and Sam, were all feeling the weight of their own responsibilities too. We needed a break, and when Alex suggested renting an Airbnb cabin in the woods for a weekend, it seemed like the perfect idea. The drive out to the cabin was beautiful, the kind of trip that makes you feel like you're leaving all your stress behind. The dense forest surrounding the cabin grew thicker as we drove deeper into the countryside. By the time we arrived, the sun was starting to set, casting golden light through the trees. The cabin itself was straight out of a postcard, rustic but charming, with a wraparound porch and a stone chimney. It was secluded, surrounded by nothing but trees for miles. When we got there, the host, Richard, was waiting for us. He looked to be in his late 40s, with a weathered face and a smile that seemed friendly enough, though something about it felt off. He gave us a quick tour of the place, showing us how to work the fire pit, and pointing out where everything was. I remember him pausing by the front door as he was leaving and saying, "Make sure you lock up at night. The woods can get unpredictable." He chuckled as if it was a joke, but the way he said it made me feel uneasy. Still, I brushed it off. He was probably just trying to add some local color to our stay. That first evening was everything we hoped it would be. We unpacked, cooked dinner, and spent the night around the fire pit, laughing and telling stories. It felt so good to disconnect from the world and just enjoy each other's company. By the time we headed inside, it was late and we were all exhausted. I remember thinking how peaceful it was out there, how the silence felt like a blanket wrapping around us. It was later that night when I noticed something odd. While everyone else was busy setting up a board game in the dining area, I walked into the living room to grab my phone. As I stepped across the floor, I felt a slight give under my foot. One of the floorboards was loose. At first, I thought it was just the old cabin settling, but curiosity got the better of me. I knelt down and pulled at the board, and to my surprise, it came up easily. Beneath it was a small, dusty lockbox. I called the others over, and we all gathered around as Alex tried to open it. He had a pocket knife with him, and after a bit of fiddling, the latch gave way. Inside the box were Polaroid photos and a small notebook. I'll never forget the moment we realized what we were looking at. The photos were of people sleeping. The angles and lighting made it clear they were taken in the cabin, and some of them were in the very room we were standing in. The notebook was even worse. It was filled with handwritten notes about various guests, names, dates, and strange observations like wakes up at 3 a.m. to use the bathroom or leaves the bedroom window open at night. It was detailed, obsessive, and deeply unsettling. None of us could understand what kind of person would keep something like this. We debated what to do. Claire suggested calling Richard to confront him, and while part of me wanted to leave right then and there, the others convinced me to stay calm and handle it rationally. We found his number on the Airbnb app and called him. I remember Alex putting the call on speaker so we could all hear. When Richard answered, we told him about the lockbox and its contents. His reaction made my stomach turn. He laughed a deep, unsettling laugh and said, "Oh, that old thing? Just a little joke. Keeps the guests on their toes." I didn't believe him for a second, but the others were divided. Sam thought it might actually be a prank, some weird way to scare city folks like us. Alex agreed, though he admitted it was in poor taste. I wasn't so sure. Something about Richard's laugh stuck with me. It didn't feel like the laugh of someone joking. It felt like the laugh of someone who knew we couldn't do anything about it. Despite my unease, we decided to stay the night. We locked all the doors and windows, checked them twice, and agreed to sleep in pairs. Claire and I took one bedroom, Alex and Jordan took another, and Sam volunteered to sleep on the couch in the living room. None of us wanted to admit it, but we were all scared. That night, I barely slept. Every little noise seemed amplified. Every creak of the cabin settling made my heart race. Sometime after midnight, I heard faint creaking, like footsteps on the wooden floor. I froze, holding my breath, straining to hear. Claire was asleep beside me, but I didn't dare wake her. The creaking grew louder, moving through the cabin. Minutes later, Sam burst into our room, his face pale and his breathing ragged. He whispered, "He's here. I saw him." We woke everyone up and gathered in the living room, where Sam told us what had happened. He'd woken up to see Richard standing in the living room, holding a camera. The flash had gone off, illuminating his face for a split second before he disappeared into the shadows. Sam swore he saw Richard slip into the hallway, but when he got up to follow, there was no one there. We searched the entire cabin, but Richard was gone. The doors were still locked from the inside, and the windows were shut tight. It didn't make any sense. The five of us huddled together, too scared to go back to sleep. As dawn approached, we heard a knock at the front door. It was Richard's voice, cheerful and casual, calling out, "Morning. Hope you all had a good night." I felt a chill run down my spine. We didn't answer. Instead, Alex grabbed the fire poker from the hearth and stood by the door. Richard knocked again, harder this time, and said, "You're not leaving, you know." That was the breaking point. Alex smashed one of the windows with the fire poker, and we climbed out, cutting ourselves on the glass in the process. We ran through the woods, not stopping until we reached the main road. A truck driver picked us up and drove us to the nearest police station. When the police investigated the cabin, Richard was gone. There was no sign of him, the Polaroids, or the notebook. It was as if he'd vanished. The cabin looked untouched, like no one had been there at all. The Airbnb listing was taken down the next day, and we never heard from Richard again. The police couldn't do much without evidence, and we were left with more questions than answers. To this day, I can't stay in an Airbnb without feeling a pang of anxiety. I check every corner, every floorboard, every closet, and every time I hear floorboards creak in the middle of the night, I can't help but wonder if someone's there, watching. A few years ago, my friends and I decided to rent a cabin for a weekend getaway. We were all looking forward to some downtime away from the chaos of work and daily life. It was early autumn, and the idea of spending a weekend in a small mountain town, surrounded by nature and vibrant fall colors, seemed perfect. Kara, the one in our group who always took charge, found the place online. The listing described it as rustic and cozy, with a stone fireplace and stunning views of the valley. There were 5 of us on the trip: Kara and her boyfriend Nate, Mia, who had been my roommate in college, James, the jokester of the group, and me. I've always been a bit more cautious than the others, something they teased me about, but I didn't mind. It was just how I was. We packed the car full of food, games, and hiking gear and set off late on a Friday afternoon. When we pulled up to the cabin, the setting was every bit as beautiful as we'd hoped. The cabin sat at the end of a long gravel driveway, surrounded by towering trees whose leaves were just starting to turn red and gold. The air was crisp, carrying that earthy smell you only get in the mountains. As we parked, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. That calm didn't last long. As we approached the front door, something caught my eye. The area around the lock was scratched, like someone had been fiddling with it using a screwdriver or knife. I pointed it out, but Nate dismissed it, saying it was probably from years of wear and tear. Kara agreed, though I noticed her glance linger on the door for a moment longer than she let on. The inside of the cabin was exactly as advertised. It had a warm, inviting feel with wood-paneled walls, a big stone fireplace, and a cozy couch that faced a coffee table littered with magazines about hiking and local attractions. The kitchen, though small, was functional, and the windows offered a stunning view of the valley below. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms, each with sloped ceilings and patchwork quilts on the beds. Then we found the window. In one of the upstairs bedrooms, the window wouldn't shut completely. The lock was broken, and the frame was warped, leaving a small gap at the bottom. Kara suggested we keep that room empty, which made sense since we had enough space without it. But as we left the room, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that crept over me. The first night passed without incident. We cooked dinner, played games, and stayed up late swapping stories by the fireplace. I remember feeling so content, surrounded by my friends, laughing until our sides hurt. When we finally went to bed, I felt completely at ease. The second night was a different story. We spent the day exploring the nearby trails and came back to the cabin tired but happy. After dinner, we settled into the living room for another game night. It was during one of Nate's over-the-top charade performances that we heard it, a loud thump from upstairs. It wasn't just a little creak or groan from the old house. It was a distinct, heavy sound like something falling or being dropped. The room fell silent as we all exchanged uneasy glances. James, always the skeptic, said it was probably the wind or the house settling. No one else looked convinced. Kara and Nate decided to check it out, grabbing a flashlight just in case. The rest of us stayed downstairs, waiting anxiously. I remember sitting on the couch, listening to the sound of their footsteps on the creaky wooden stairs. When they came back, they said everything looked fine. There was no sign of anything out of place, and the broken window was still open, just as it had been. They assured us it was nothing to worry about, but I noticed Kara kept glancing toward the stairs. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. My room was on the first floor, down the hall from the back door. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Eventually, I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember was waking up to the sound of the back door creaking open. At first, I thought I was dreaming. I held my breath and strained to listen, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I heard it, a faint shuffle of footsteps on the wooden floor. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. It couldn't be one of my friends. I would have heard them come downstairs. Grabbing my phone, I texted the group chat, telling them I thought someone was in the house. I didn't want to make a sound, too afraid of drawing attention to myself. Seconds later, I heard movement upstairs. My friends must have seen my message because they came rushing into my room, their faces pale and terrified. Nate locked the door behind them while Kara whispered that we needed to leave. We moved as quietly as we could, slipping out the front door and into Nate's car. I don't think I breathed until we were all locked inside. From the safety of the car, we called 911. I remember my hands shaking so badly that I almost dropped my phone. The police arrived quickly, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness. We watched from the car as 2 officers entered the cabin, their flashlights sweeping through the windows. It felt like an eternity before one of them came back out, his expression serious. They had found someone. The man was hiding in the crawl space under the house. He was thin, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard. When they brought him out, he didn't resist, but he gave us this eerie, slow smile that I'll never forget. The officers explained that the man had been squatting on the property long before it was listed as an Airbnb. When people started renting it, he hadn't left. He'd just adapted. He used the broken window and the back door to come and go, slipping in while the renters were asleep or out for the day. The scratches on the front door were from when he'd accidentally locked himself out. The thump we heard upstairs was likely him retreating to his hiding spot. The thought of how many times he might have been inside the house without us knowing sent a chill down my spine. We didn't stay another night. After giving our statements to the police, we packed up and left. The drive down the mountain was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Even now, years later, I think about that weekend. I've stayed in Erebus since, but I'm much more cautious. I always double-check the locks and windows and inspect every corner of the property. Sometimes, I still wonder what would have happened if we hadn't woken up that night. Running has always been more than just exercise for me. It's a way to clear my head, to escape the noise of life for a little while. After my move 3 years ago, I stumbled upon a forest trail not far from my new home. It was beautiful, winding through dense trees with the occasional clearing that offered a view of the rolling hills beyond. Over time, it became my sanctuary, a place where I could be alone with my thoughts. That fall morning started like any other. I remember pulling into the small, empty parking lot just as the first rays of sunlight began to pierce the horizon. The air was cool and carried that unmistakable autumn smell, earthy crisp with a hint of decaying leaves. It was my favorite kind of morning. I had a busy week ahead, so I was looking forward to losing myself on the trail, letting my feet carry me wherever they wanted while my mind wandered freely. I stretched beside my car, glancing at the trailhead as mist clung to the edges of the trees. I'd run this path dozens of times and knew every twist and turn. It was familiar, comforting even, and I was grateful for that sense of routine. With my laces tied tight, I slipped my phone into the pocket of my running shorts and started my run. The trail greeted me like an old friend, the sound of leaves crunching underfoot blending with the rhythmic pattern of my breathing. I settled into my pace quickly, feeling my muscles loosen as I moved. The morning light filtered through the trees, casting long, dappled shadows across the path. It was one of those moments where everything felt perfect, like the world had paused just for me. A mile in, I noticed him. A man was sitting on one of the benches that dotted the trail every so often. He wore plain jogging clothes, a gray hoodie, black shorts, and sneakers that looked pristine, almost out of place on this muddy, leaf-strewn path. As I approached, he waved, a small, friendly gesture. I returned the wave with a polite nod and kept running. At first, I didn't think much of it. It wasn't unusual to see people out here, though it wasn't exactly crowded, especially at this hour. But something about him stuck in my mind. Maybe it was how clean he looked, like he hadn't been on the trail long. Or maybe it was the way his waves seemed a little too deliberate, as if he'd been waiting for me to notice him. I pushed the thought aside and focused on my run. About a mile later, I saw him again. He was sitting on another bench, further down the trail. My pace slowed as confusion set in. There was no way he could have gotten here ahead of me. The trail wasn't circular, and there weren't any shortcuts, at least none that I knew of. This time, he didn't wave. He sat still, his hands resting on his knees, staring straight ahead. My stomach tightened as I passed him. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't the same guy. Or maybe there was another path that connected to this one. But when I saw him a third time, further down the trail, I couldn't ignore the knot of fear forming in my chest. He was on yet another bench, sitting in the exact same position. The air felt colder, heavier. I kept running, my pulse quickening as I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe he was playing some kind of prank. Maybe this was his idea of a joke. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I decided to turn back. Whatever was going on, I didn't want to stick around to find out. I needed to get to my car and leave. I picked up my pace, retracing my steps. At first, the only sound was my breathing and the steady rhythm of my feet on the dirt path. But then I heard it, footsteps. At first, they seemed to echo mine, faint and distant. But as I kept running, they grew louder, more deliberate. It was a slow, steady rhythm, not the hurried pace of someone running, but the measured stride of someone walking. I glanced over my shoulder and felt my stomach drop. He was there, walking toward me. His pace was unhurried, almost casual, but his eyes were locked on me. I didn't wait to see what he wanted. Panic took over, and I ran faster than I ever thought possible. My heart pounded in my chest as branches whipped against my arms and face. I didn't look back again. I couldn't. When I finally saw the parking lot through the trees, relief flooded over me. My car was the only one there, parked in the same spot I'd left it. The trailhead seemed to loom behind me, the trees casting long shadows across the dirt. I sprinted to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled for my keys. I finally managed to unlock the door and throw myself inside. My hands gripped the steering wheel as I tried to catch my breath, my eyes darting to the trailhead. But he wasn't there. For a moment, I sat frozen, unsure of what to do. I felt like I'd escaped something terrible, though I couldn't explain what. I started the car, the sound of the engine breaking the eerie silence. As I put the car in gear, my gaze flicked to the windshield. That's when I saw it. A single footprint, perfectly clean, pressed into the glass. It was upside down, as if someone had stepped on the windshield from above. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing. It wasn't my footprint. I hadn't gone near the windshield. I drove home in silence, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly they ached. When I got home, I locked every door and window, double-checking them before I finally sat down. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I've told myself 100 times since that morning that there must be a rational explanation. Maybe it was all a strange coincidence. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But no matter how hard I try, I can't forget the sound of those footsteps or the sight of that footprint on my windshield. I never went back to that trail. Whatever happened that morning, I don't want to know. Some things are better left unexplained. Jake and I had always loved late-night drives. There was something serene about the open road, the quiet hum of the tires on the asphalt, and the sky stretched out above us, dotted with stars. That night was no different. We had just come from an incredible concert in the neighboring town, our favorite band playing all their hits. The energy from the music still buzzed through our veins, though the weariness of the long day was beginning to creep in. We had been together for almost 3 years, and in that time, we'd shared countless adventures. Jake was the calm to my storm, the steady hand on the wheel when I was prone to anxiety. I loved that about him, his ability to keep things grounded. That night, as we drove back home, I was grateful for his presence beside me, his quiet assurance making the long, dark drive feel less daunting. The highway was empty, a stretch of road flanked by dense woods on either side. The stars were our only companions, and the occasional headlights of a passing car seemed almost intrusive in the stillness. The silence between us was comfortable, broken only by the soft hum of the radio playing in the background. As we continued, the fuel gauge caught my attention. It was dangerously close to empty. I nudged Jake, pointing to the gauge. He nodded, scanning the road ahead for signs of a gas station. We hadn't seen one for miles, and the thought of being stranded in the middle of nowhere was unsettling. Just when it seemed like the road would stretch on forever without relief, a flickering neon light appeared in the distance. As we got closer, we saw it was a small, old gas station, its solitary pump standing under a dim light. The station itself looked worn, with peeling paint and a faint buzz emanating from the neon "open" sign in the window. It wasn't ideal, but it was our only option. Jake pulled the car up to the pump and got out to stretch his legs while I walked toward the station to pay. The air outside was cooler than I expected, and the eerie quiet of the surroundings made me feel a little uneasy. Still, I pushed that feeling aside, blaming it on the fatigue and the isolated location. When I reached the door, I found it locked. I tried the handle again, thinking I had made a mistake, but it didn't budge. The lights inside were on, and I could see the shelves lined with snacks and drinks. Someone had to be there. I knocked on the glass, hoping to get the attention of whoever was inside. After a few moments, an older man appeared from behind the counter. His face was lined with wrinkles, his expression tired yet alert. But what struck me most was the fear in his eyes. He shook his head furiously, mouthing the word "no" as he looked at me. I pointed to the pump outside, trying to convey that we needed gas, but he shook his head again, more vehemently this time. His eyes darted past me, and I followed his gaze but saw nothing out of the ordinary. The man's behavior was unsettling, to say the least. He stepped back from the door and, without another word, locked it tightly. Confused and a little annoyed, I turned back to Jake, who was leaning against the car, watching the exchange with a puzzled expression. As I walked back, Jake's face changed. His eyes widened, and his posture stiffened. "Get in the car," he said, his voice low and urgent. There was something in his tone that immediately sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't ask questions. I could see the tension in his face, the way his eyes flicked to something behind me. I climbed into the car quickly, locking the door behind me. Jake followed suit, starting the engine as I turned to see what had alarmed him. There, between two parked cars, a man crouched low, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. He was watching us, unmoving, like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. My heart raced, fear coursing through my veins as the reality of the situation hit me. Jake didn't waste time. He put the car in gear, and we sped off, the tires kicking up gravel as we made our escape. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I couldn't help but glance back as we drove away. The man was no longer crouched. He was walking toward the gas station, his movements deliberate and slow. The drive back home was a blur. The excitement of the concert had evaporated, replaced by the unsettling events at the gas station. We didn't speak much, the weight of what could have happened hanging heavily between us. Jake's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his jaw set in a grim line. When we finally pulled into the driveway of our apartment, the sense of relief was overwhelming. We sat in the car for a moment, the silence pressing in around us. I could still see the fear in Jake's eyes mirroring my own. Inside, the warmth of the apartment felt almost surreal after the cold tension of the road. We sat in the living room, the hum of the heater a comforting background noise. I thought back to the old man at the gas station, his frantic warnings, and the fear that had etched his face. He had seen the man before we did. He had been trying to protect us. In the days that followed, the incident replayed in my mind. Who was that man, and what were his intentions? I couldn't shake the image of him crouching between the cars, watching us. We tried to find out more about the gas station, but it seemed to exist in a void, an almost forgotten relic on a lonely stretch of highway. It became a story we rarely spoke of, a shadow in our shared history. But every now and then, when we passed an old, isolated place on our late-night drives, Jake would glance at me, and I would see that same steady calm in his eyes. We had been lucky that night, and though we might never know what truly lurked in the shadows, we were grateful for the warning we had received at the locked gas station. I still remember that night vividly, though it's been years since it happened. The details are etched in my memory, not because it was extraordinary at first, but because of how quickly it turned from a seemingly routine moment into something that could have gone horribly wrong. It was late, almost midnight, when I was driving home from the hospital. My shift had dragged on, and I was completely drained, both physically and mentally. Being a nurse wasn't just a job for me, it was a calling. But there were days, or rather nights, when it felt like the world's weight had shifted onto my shoulders. That particular shift had been brutal. An elderly patient had gone into cardiac arrest, and despite our best efforts, we couldn't save him. The grief of his family, their sobs echoing in the hallway, still lingered in my mind as I drove down the deserted highway. The road stretched out in front of me, dark and silent. The only sounds were the hum of my car and the faint rush of wind through the cracked window. Normally, I found these late-night drives soothing after a long day. They gave me time to process, to let my thoughts settle. But that night, something felt different. I couldn't quite place it, but a sense of unease had settled over me, like a whisper at the back of my mind telling me to stay alert. As I rounded a bend, the flashing hazard lights of a car parked on the shoulder caught my eye. My foot instinctively eased off the gas as I took in the scene. The car's hood was open, and a woman stood next to it, waving her arms. She was illuminated by the faint glow of her headlights, her figure slightly hunched as if pleading for someone to stop. I remember hesitating, my fingers tightening around the steering wheel. My mother's voice echoed in my head, "Never stop for strangers, especially at night." It was advice she'd drilled into me since I first got my driver's license. And yet, I found myself slowing down. Maybe it was guilt from the events of the day, or maybe it was my nature, the instinct to help that had led me to nursing in the first place. I reasoned with myself that I could at least see if she needed me to call for help. Against my better judgment, I pulled over a few feet ahead of her car and cut the engine. Sitting there in the dark, with only my hazard lights ticking like a metronome, I felt a strange sense of vulnerability. I told myself it was just paranoia. After all, the woman seemed harmless. She approached my car as I lowered the passenger window. Her face came into view, and I noticed she looked young, maybe mid-20s. Her dark hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail, and her expression was a mix of relief and anxiety. Her clothes were simple, a hoodie and jeans, but they looked clean, not the sort of attire you'd associate with someone stranded for hours. She spoke quickly, her voice carrying a slight tremble. "Thank you so much for stopping. My car won't start, and my phone's dead. I don't know what to do." I nodded slowly, processing her words. I offered to call roadside assistance for her, already reaching for my phone. But she shook her head almost immediately, her reaction a little too quick. No, it's fine," she said, waving her hands. "It's probably just the battery or something simple. Could you take a look? Please?" Her insistence made me pause. Something about her tone didn't sit right with me. It wasn't the desperation of someone in genuine distress. It felt forced, rehearsed even, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it at the time. As I glanced past her toward the car, that's when I noticed it. A shadow, low to the ground, shifted behind her vehicle. My breath caught in my throat. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, my eyes playing tricks on me after such a long day. But then I saw it again, clearer this time. A man crouched low, trying to stay hidden. He was dressed in dark clothing, blending into the shadows. My stomach dropped. Suddenly, everything about the situation screamed danger. The woman's too perfect story, her refusal to let me call for help, the man lurking behind the car. It all clicked in an instant. I forced myself to stay calm, though my heart was pounding so loudly I was sure she could hear it. I told her as casually as I could manage that I didn't know much about cars and that I'd just call someone to come and help her. Her demeanor shifted subtly. The slight tremble in her voice disappeared, replaced by something firmer, almost demanding. "No, really, it's fine," she said, stepping closer to my car. Her hand rested on the passenger door, and I noticed her grip tighten. "Just pop the hood. I'll show you, it's simple." Every fiber of my being screamed at me to leave. Without another word, I hit the lock button on my car and shifted into drive. I didn't wait for her response. My tires screeched as I pulled away, her figure disappearing into the rearview mirror. I didn't look back, afraid of what I might see, or worse, who might be following me. I drove straight to a gas station a few miles down the road, parking under the bright lights near the entrance. My hands were trembling as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher's calm voice was a welcome anchor as I described everything I'd seen. The woman, the man, the car, even the specific stretch of highway. They assured me they'd send someone to investigate. Even after hanging up, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. My thoughts spiraled as I tried to process what had just happened. If I had gotten out of my car, if I had ignored that flicker of movement, would I have been ambushed? The what-ifs were suffocating. The next morning, still rattled, I turned on the news. My stomach churned as I saw the headline, "Police warn of highway robbery scheme." The anchor described a pattern of incidents where criminals staged fake breakdowns to lure unsuspecting drivers. Once the drivers stopped, they'd be ambushed, often robbed or worse. The description matched my experience almost exactly. For days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The woman's face haunted me, not because I felt sorry for her, but because of how convincing she had been. It made me question how many other drivers had fallen for the act, how many hadn't been as lucky as I was to notice something was wrong in time. Since that night, I've been more cautious. Whenever I see hazard lights on the side of the road, I hesitate. I want to help. I still believe in the importance of kindness, but I've learned to balance that with caution. These days, if I see someone stranded, I keep driving and call for help instead. It's not an easy choice, but I remind myself that staying safe doesn't make me selfish. It makes me smart. What happened that night taught me a valuable lesson. The world isn't always as straightforward as it seems. Sometimes danger hides in plain sight, disguised as someone in need. And while I can't forget the look in that woman's eyes or the shadow behind her car, I'm grateful that I trusted my instincts. Traveling for work had become second nature to me over the years. I was used to the early morning flights, rushed schedules, and the solitude of hotel rooms. It was all part of the job. That November, I was in New York City for a 3-day conference. The Midtown Arms Hotel wasn't my first choice, but its proximity to the venue made it the most convenient option. It wasn't luxurious, but I wasn't looking for luxury. I just needed a clean room, a good night's sleep, and a reliable lock on the door. When I arrived, the lobby was modest but bustling, with a mix of business travelers and tourists. I checked in quickly, collected my key card, and made my way to the 5th floor. As I wheeled my suitcase down the hallway, I noticed how quiet it was. The muted hum of distant conversations and the occasional ding of the elevator were the only sounds. My room, 512, was at the end of the hall. The first thing I noticed when I reached my room was the door. It didn't close properly. I had to push it firmly to get it to latch, and even then the lock felt loose. I jiggled the handle a couple of times, testing it, and didn't feel entirely reassured. It crossed my mind to ask for a different room, but I was tired and figured it would be fine as long as I used the deadbolt. I propped my suitcase against the door while I unpacked, just in case. Years of travel had taught me to take little precautions like that. The room itself was standard: a queen-sized bed, a small desk, and a window overlooking the busy streets below. I had an early morning ahead, so I spent a few minutes reviewing my notes for the presentation, then got ready for bed. I remember lying there in the darkness, hearing the faint sounds of the city outside, and finally drifting off to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I couldn't figure out why. My heart was pounding, and my senses felt heightened in that way they do when something startles you awake. It was quiet, except for the low hum of the heating unit near the window. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard it, the creak of the door opening. I froze. My eyes darted to the door, and I saw it slowly swinging open. A sliver of light from the hallway spilled into the room, and a shadowy figure stepped inside. My brain scrambled to make sense of what I was seeing. He was wearing what looked like a hotel uniform and holding a small flashlight. The beam of light swept across the room, moving methodically as if he were looking for something or someone. Panic set in. My first instinct was to stay still, to assess the situation. Then the flashlight beam landed on me, and the man froze. For a brief moment, our eyes met. My voice finally caught up with my racing thoughts, and I shouted, "Hey!" The man's reaction was immediate. He turned and bolted out the door, slamming it shut behind him. The sound of his retreating footsteps echoed down the hallway, and then there was silence again. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding so loudly it felt like it was in my throat. For what felt like an eternity, I didn't move. I was too stunned, too confused to do anything but sit there, staring at the door. Finally, I snapped out of it. I jumped out of bed, locked the door again, and shoved the desk chair under the handle. My hands were trembling as I tried to think through what had just happened. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Sleep was out of the question. I stayed awake, listening to every creak and distant sound, my mind replaying the incident over and over. By morning, I had convinced myself that it had to be some kind of mistake, a staff member who had entered the wrong room, or something equally mundane. But that didn't explain why he had run when he saw me. The next day, I reported the incident to the hotel's front desk. The receptionist seemed genuinely surprised, but I couldn't tell if it was because of what I was telling her or because she didn't want to deal with it. She assured me they would look into it and mentioned something about checking the security footage. Her nonchalance frustrated me, but I didn't push it. I had a full day of meetings and a presentation to deliver, and I couldn't afford to let this derail me. When I returned to the hotel that evening, there was no update. The staff claimed they had reviewed the footage, but found nothing unusual. I asked how that was possible, considering someone had clearly entered my room, but they had no answers. Frustrated and uneasy, I decided to take matters into my own hands and contacted the police. It wasn't until the following afternoon that I got the call. The officer handling my case informed me that they had identified the man who entered my room. His name was Derek Wills, a former employee of the hotel who had been fired a couple of months earlier. He had managed to keep a stolen master key card, which allowed him access to all the rooms in the building. The officer explained that my incident wasn't an isolated one. Other guests had reported waking up to find him in their rooms or discovering that items had gone missing. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I asked why the keycard hadn't been deactivated when he was fired. The officer didn't have an answer, but mentioned that the hotel was now cooperating with the investigation. I felt a mix of relief and anger. Relief that the intruder had been caught, but anger at the hotel's negligence. This wasn't a freak accident. It was a failure to ensure the safety of their guests. I checked out of the Midtown Arms that same day and moved to a different hotel. The inconvenience was worth the peace of mind. The rest of the trip passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the lingering sense of vulnerability. The image of that man standing in my doorway haunted me. It wasn't just the intrusion that unsettled me. It was the realization of how easily my safety had been compromised. In the weeks that followed, the hotel sent me an apologetic email, offering a refund for my stay and a discount on future bookings. I didn't bother replying. I couldn't imagine going back there, no matter how much they tried to make amends. The incident was a stark reminder of the importance of trusting my instincts. Looking back, I should have demanded a different room or even changed hotels as soon as I noticed the faulty lock. That night in New York taught me a valuable lesson. Safety isn't something to take for granted, no matter how secure a place might seem. It's a lesson I carry with me every time I travel now, double-checking locks and trusting my gut when something doesn't feel right. It was a typical Saturday night, one of those peaceful evenings when I could finally unwind from the week. My name's Emily, and I've been living alone in my little suburban house for about 3 years now. It's a cozy place, tucked away on a quiet street lined with trees and neat lawns. I had grown to love the solitude, finding comfort in the routine of my independent life. That night, the weather was perfect, not too cold, not too warm. I remember the soft hum of crickets outside and the occasional rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. After finishing up some cleaning earlier in the day, I treated myself to a movie night. My plan was simple: a bowl of buttery popcorn, my favorite blanket, and a true crime documentary. I'd always had a fascination with those shows, though sometimes, watching them alone left me feeling a little paranoid. It started with a sound, a faint clatter coming from the direction of the garage. At first, I barely registered it, too engrossed in the screen. I told myself it was probably the wind or a tree branch brushing against the siding. My neighborhood was generally quiet, and I had never had any real issues with safety. But the noise came again, sharper this time, like metal tapping against something hard. My heart gave a tiny flutter, but I shrugged it off. Houses made noises. That's what I told myself. A few minutes later, something else caught my attention. From where I was sitting, I could see a sliver of the garage window through my living room curtains. The light flickered on. I froze, my body stiffening as I stared at the glowing rectangle. No one else had a key to my garage. The light wasn't on a timer, and it had never malfunctioned before. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd accidentally left it on earlier. But no, I distinctly remembered turning it off after taking out the trash earlier in the day. I felt a strange mix of fear and disbelief. Maybe it was a raccoon or some other animal that had triggered the light. Or maybe a neighbor had wandered into the wrong yard by mistake. That thought gave me a brief, shaky laugh, though it quickly faded as a new sound reached me, a faint scraping noise. It was coming from the garage. My pulse quickened. I tried to reason with myself. What were the chances of something serious happening in my quiet little neighborhood? I'd lived here for years without a single incident. But the thought wasn't enough to quell the unease that crept over me. My mind raced through possibilities, each one more alarming than the last. It could be a burglar, or worse. I'd seen enough true crime documentaries to know how these situations could spiral. I stood up, trying to decide what to do. My phone was on the coffee table, but I didn't want to call the police just yet. What if it really was nothing? I didn't want to embarrass myself by overreacting. But what if it wasn't? My next thought was to call my parents, but they lived 2 hours away. The idea of waking them up just to hear their voices felt silly. I needed to figure this out on my own. Heart pounding, I grabbed a kitchen knife. It felt awkward and heavy in my hand, but it was the only thing that made me feel remotely safe as I crept toward the door leading to the garage. The house felt eerily silent, every creak of the floorboards amplified by my growing anxiety. I hesitated in front of the door, my hand hovering over the knob. My palms were slick with sweat, and my breathing felt too loud. Slowly, I leaned toward the small window set in the door, squinting to see into the dimly lit garage. That's when I saw him. There was a man crouched by my car, dressed in dark clothes. His hood was pulled up, and his face was partially obscured, but I could see enough to know he didn't belong there. He was holding a crowbar, his gloved hands prying at the door of my car. I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. My chest tightened as panic coursed through me. For a moment, I didn't move. I couldn't move. My mind raced through the implications of what I was seeing. Was he trying to steal my car? Was he looking for something inside? Or was it something worse? The man must have sensed my presence because he suddenly looked up, his head snapping toward the window. Our eyes met briefly, and in that moment, I could see the alarm in his expression. Without hesitation, he dropped the crowbar, the metallic clang echoing in the garage, and bolted. I watched as he darted toward the side door of the garage and disappeared into the night. For a moment, I stood frozen, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. My hands trembled as I locked the door and backed away. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I stumbled into the living room, knife still in hand, and grabbed my phone. I debated calling my parents again, but what could they do? Instead, I dialed the police. I told the operator everything, about the noises, the man, and the tools. She assured me someone would be dispatched immediately, though she couldn't mask the urgency in her voice when I mentioned seeing the man with a crowbar. Hanging up, I sat down on the couch, still clutching the knife. Every sound in the house seemed louder, every shadow darker. I felt exposed, vulnerable in my own home. The police arrived within 10 minutes, though it felt like hours. They searched the area but couldn't find the man. However, near the side of the house, they discovered a duffel bag he must have left behind in his haste to escape. Inside were tools, lock-picking equipment, duct tape, and zip ties. My stomach turned as I realized this wasn't just a burglary attempt. Whoever this man was, he had planned for something far more sinister. The officers explained that there had been a string of break-ins in the area recently. My house wasn't the first to be targeted, but I'd been lucky. That word stuck with me. Lucky. The idea that my vigilance, catching the flicker of the garage light, hearing the scraping noise, might have saved me from something far worse left me shaken. In the days that followed, I took every precaution I could think of. I installed a security system, added motion sensor lights around the perimeter of the house, and adopted a German shepherd named Max. He quickly became my constant companion, his presence a source of comfort and protection. Even now, months later, I still think about that night. I replay the details in my mind, wondering how close I came to danger and how differently things could have turned out. The memory hasn't faded, but it has taught me to trust my instincts and take nothing for granted. Life can change in an instant, sometimes with nothing more than a soft clatter in the dark.